entering the order regardless of their conduct. Our neuropsychologist is not going to be able to interview the client until Monday and Tuesday. So, I mean, I'm hoping to be able to do it by the end of the week. I don't think we're going to need more than 2 days anyways.
So what day would we start then? Wednesday?
Wednesday or Thursday. I have 4 experts. I'm probably only going to use 2.
Okay.
But at least I have to have all 4 of them have a crack at the information.
Sure.
But I think that if we started Thursday, because if we're going to need the opportunity for our doctor to examine him, so if we can plan to have him examine him Tuesday afternoon or evening, then that gives us Wednesday to figure out.
So were you saying start Thursday?
Yeah, I think Thursday will be good.
Okay. So Thursday for the defense as well,
Yes.
if necessary. Okay. I'm just trying to plan things out if necessary, like I said. In terms
But
of schedule.
I feel very comfortable that we can have everything done within 2 days.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay. Very well. All right. Any other issues the court needs to address prior to starting closing arguments?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Very well. Then let's, we got all the jurors. Let's bring them in.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. By a show of hands on the jury, was there anyone who was not able to follow the court's previous instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your service as a juror on this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case was about killing for the sake of killing. He told detectives, I've already done it once. I'll do it again. But it's not about that he killed. It's about how he killed. Blunt force trauma gained compliance for submission. Strangulation for silence. According to him, it only takes 2 minutes. He doesn't get scratched. He doesn't get hurt. They don't yell. They're quiet. They can't get away even if they wanted to. He's too strong. Those are the people he goes after. on the 7th of October of 2019, he went after Christine Melton, he went after Melissa Montanez, and he went after Diane Ruiz. Only one survived that day. Only one. Why? Because there was too many people around. But if you remember what he said, he'd have killed her too if given a chance. Now, what I expect the court to do is give you a series of instructions. What we need to prove to you that he did everything that we've charged him with. We've charged Mr. Wilson with first-degree premeditated murder. We need to prove that Christine Melton is dead. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that Miss Christine Melton is dead. You heard from the medical examiner. You heard from Miss Christine Johnson. You've even heard from Mr. Wilson himself. Christine Melton is no longer with us. Second thing we need to show is that the death was caused by the criminal act of Mr. Wilson. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind. Mr. Wilson did these things. All the evidence corroborates what Mr. Wilson has told you in the course of the past day or two. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, there was a premeditated killing of Miss Christine Melton. And what's interesting about the premeditation instruction, it says killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing, and the law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant, and the premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So, that's a lot of words. Make it simple for you. When one is sitting outside in the evening time and it's humid out, and a mosquito lands on your arm, you look down, you decide to kill that mosquito. That's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen, because the law does not fix a period of time. You can go from that short period of time to as long as you want, planning, whatever you want. But when we're talking about premeditation as it relates to Ms. Melton, ladies and gentlemen, it's also going to apply to Mr. Ruiz. Strangulation is the epitome of life slipping through someone's hands. Premeditation starts by placing the hands on the throat of another. The application of pressure, squeezing the throat, not releasing until there is not one final breath that remains in that person. And what's interesting about that particular act, ladies and gentlemen, is that both people know that one person is going to die. So when Mr. Wilson decided to go ahead and inflict blunt force trauma upon Miss Melton, you heard about it. The broken nails, right? She was a fighter. She knew what was happening. We also know What? The lungs, the colon, the bladder. What else? The liver. You heard about the brain swelling from Dr. Coyne? She was alive when all that happened. Couldn't happen after she was strangled. And then what do we also know? We also have the compression of the neck. 2 marks. The deep hemorrhages that Dr. Hernandez talked to you about. Coyne and Dr. Hernandez told you that was all consistent with asphyxiation. It's another term for strangling someone, ladies and gentlemen. That is premeditation. That, ladies and gentlemen, is first-degree murder.
Bitches.
Well, what do we know happened next? Well, we have to prove grand theft of a motor vehicle, right? Grand theft of a motor vehicle is Mr. Wilson knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used, endeavor to obtain or use the motor vehicle of Christine Melton. You saw that black Nissan Versa. You know it belongs to Miss Christine Melton. Her registration's in there. Her tags are in there. Her phone is in there. Stephanie Johnson identified it as her car. When did he use it? After he killed her. So, yeah, he unlawfully obtained or used her car. That element's been met. 2, he did so with the intent to temporarily or permanently deprive Miss Melton of her right to the property and benefit to it or from it, and appropriate that property of Christine Melton to his own use or the use of another person entitled to it. Yep. Did that too. And 3rd, the stolen property was a motor vehicle. You saw it on Mr. Lukic's video. Rolled up in it. It's clearly a motor vehicle, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you that charge has been proven as well. But where does he go to from there? Well, after he's gone ahead and killed Miss Melton and taken her car and held her face up to utilize her phone, he makes a whole series of telephone calls, right? To Miss Montanez. Hey, I need to see you. Where are you at? Calling her repeatedly. Slobodian told her, don't bring him here. Tell him you'll meet him at your spa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we showed you the phone records. The 630-962-1256. Miss Melton's phone number. We also have Miss Montanez's phone number at 239-333-5924. And also what comes up later is this 239-200-8319 number. The reason why these phone numbers are important, ladies and gentlemen, is because when you look at the phone records of Miss Montanez, okay, on page 1 of 6, you're going to see the 200 numbers. You're going to see the 333-5924. You're going to see 333-5924. You're going to see Ms. Ruiz's phone number in Ms. Montanez's phone records. There is no reason why Ms. Melton, let alone Ms. Ruiz's phone, should be in Miss Montanez's phone records. The only reason why we showed you that was to corroborate what was happening that morning. He was utilizing Miss Melton's phone to contact Miss Montanez. And not only that, ladies and gentlemen, is when he couldn't use Miss Melton's phone any longer, he got a hold of Miss Ruiz's phone. That's when her number starts popping up on Miss Montanez's phone records. It corroborates what Miss Montanez was telling him. He is calling and he is repeatedly trying to get a hold of her. But what's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is after he gets a hold of her, he just doesn't want to find out where she is or what she's doing. But what does he do? Tries to pull her into Miss Melton's car. Almost runs her over by getting out, attacking her, trying to pull her clothes off of her, beats her repeatedly. She's chased up the stairs. He held her up against a wall with her throat. He punches her in the face until blood spatters all over the place. You saw the photograph of Miss Montanez. You heard the testimony of Miss Montanez. You heard the testimony of Miss Slobodian. You heard the testimony of Miss Williamson. You also heard the testimony of Miss Griffin. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that he committed an attack or a battery upon Miss Montanez. And the only thing I need to show for battery is that he actually intentionally touched or struck Miss Montanez against her will. There is no way that she consented to that. Absolutely, it was against her will. What was she doing? She was screaming. He was threatening. Fortunately for Miss Montanez, she survived. But if given the chance, she'd have been dead. But there's too many people. So that's what he told us. That brings us to his next victim, right? After he gets done with Miss Montanez, he takes off in that vehicle. There's too many people. He heads to Cape Coral. He comes across a young lady who's on her way to work, dressed in a light blue shirt, jeans, dark shoes. Lures her to the car by feigning to ask for directions. Somehow manages to get her inside the car.
This summer, do it all for a lot less with Rural King. Get all fired up for this week's Rudy special. Rural King Premium Barbecue Pellets now.
Fighter, ladies and gentlemen. She had multiple rib fractures. Dr. Coyne told you there was no way left unattended that she would have been able to survive. And he ensured that was going to happen, that she did not survive. Why? Because he's the one who placed her on that empty lot, under those shrubs, under that tree, to make sure that no one would find her. Luckily, when law enforcement was looking up in the sky and just happened to be in the area and they saw that single vulture that was circling, that's what led them to finding Miss Ruiz. And how was she identified, ladies and gentlemen? Jeez. She was decomposed after only a couple days of being out there. Insect activity, animal activity, weather. Her husband had to fiance had to identify the ring. They identified her by the tattoo on the back. Diana Ruiz is dead. Death was caused by Mr. Wade Wilson. And there was a premeditated killing of Diana Ruiz. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, strangulation, placing the hands around someone's neck, and watching that life slip through the hands, and the other person seeing their life leave them. Premeditation. There should be absolutely no doubt in your mind that this was first degree premeditated murder. He even told you in his statement. She was scared. She wanted to be dropped off. If you listen real closely to his statement, he also said he knew he wasn't going to drop her off, he was going to kill her. He already had it in his head. Why? Because he already killed once before. He was going to do it again. And true to his word, he did. So, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, we've established first-degree premeditated murder of Diana Ruiz. Where does he go from there? He goes to Joe's Crab Shack, right? Because Officer McCormick received information regarding the battery of Miss Montanez. He's confronted there. He plays dumb. He doesn't know anything about a battery. What does he do? He leaves. He's not sticking around for that. Nope. Where does he go? He goes to Mateo Graphics. One of the other people he knows. Lukic. Hey, can you help me out? I need a plane ticket. I need a taxi. I need to get out of town. Why? Because I just killed people. I just killed some people. He was frantic. He only had a pair of pants on. Blood on him. No shirt. No shoes. Law enforcement gets there. What does he do? He doesn't stick around. He leaves. Where does he go? Goes to the Amlin residence, right? Unfortunately for Miss Amlin, she left with her husband back to Columbus, Ohio. And he's decided that he needs to do something, right? What does he do? He enters the structure owned or by or in the possession of Fanny Amlin. We know that. How do we know? You saw the broken window, you saw the screen removed, right? He gets in, he gains entry. Time of the entering the structure, he had the intention to commit theft in that structure. Of course he did. He helped himself to some food, he helped himself to some drink, there was different clothes that were laid out. He needed to figure out what he's going to do. What does he do? Contacts his dad. Hey, can you help me out? I need to get out of here. Send me an Uber. I need your help. Dad's conflicted. Dad, fortunately enough, does the right thing. Contacts law enforcement, contacts Mr. Wilson, and encourages him to give the address and location of where he is. But while Mr. Wilson is in there, like I said, he commits petty theft. Because he knowingly and lawfully obtained or used or endeavored to obtain or use the property of Fanny Amlin. You saw the White Claw, seltzers. You saw the various food that was laying there. You saw the clothing that was laid out. You saw the backpack. He did so with the intent or either affirming to defraud Fanny Amlin of her property or any benefit from it, or appropriate the property of Fanny Amlin to his own use or the use of any other person not entitled to it. He didn't have permission to be in there. He didn't have permission to utilize any of the items that were in there. And he didn't have any permission to do anything inside that residence, let alone endeavor to use it, obtain it, deprive Ms. Hamlet of it. Nothing. So ladies and gentlemen, we submit to you, we've established burglary. We've also established theft. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the past 2 days, you've seen and heard a lot. Okay. What we're asking you to do is to take all of that and put it together. We submit to you that you should only come up with one conclusion and one verdict in this particular case. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this case was never about Mr. Wade Wilson. It's about what Wade Wilson did to Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. And make no mistake about it, despite his bragging, his boasting, and the excitement he wants to feel, this case was nothing more than a graphic, vulgar display of power. And we're going to ask that you find Mr. Wilson guilty of first-degree premeditated murder for killing and strangling Ms. Melton. We're asking that you find him guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle for stealing, taking Ms. Melton's car. I'm asking that you find him guilty of battery for striking Ms. Montanez against her will. I'm asking that you find him guilty of killing and strangling Ms. Diane Ruiz and basically committing blunt force trauma by running her over and trying to make her look like spaghetti. I'm asking that you find him guilty of burglary of a dwelling for going to and breaking into the Amlin's residence, and also for petty theft for taking and helping himself to whatever it was inside that allowed him to do the things that he did. Thank you very much for your time. Yes, sir.
First, on behalf of myself, Mr. Shirley, and even Mr. Wilson, I want to thank you for the attention you've given through these proceedings. There's been some portions that have been rather rough, so thank you. I want to get up here and I want to argue about premeditation. I mean, not arguing whether these ladies are dead. We're not arguing, but the premeditation. First off, let's go through the timeline. He and Jason Shepard meet Miss Melton and Amy Slobodian, I think her name was, at the Buddha. He goes home, leaves Melissa Montanez, his girlfriend, there, takes her car, and apparently Jason drove them back to Miss Melton's house. They have sex. They have consensual sex. Jason Shepard said so. And then something happened. I suspect it was the drugs. Shepard was saying, oh yeah, we were doing cocaine, just not my cocaine. That was for me. Well, if you listen to the statement that was played yesterday, Mr. Wilson talks about using Flocka. That is not good stuff. Puts holes in your brain.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Anyway, at some point between 2 and 4, maybe, Miss Losian leaves and something goes wrong. Miss Montanez described it. Killer eyes, 2 black holes, no soul, as she put it. Kills Miss Melton. Wraps her up. Why? Rather than premeditation, I would submit to you that the judge is going to give you an instruction on second-degree murder. And one of the, or also known as depraved mind murder, I don't think anyone can argue that none of this was not depraved. But in order to commit second-degree murder, there must be an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another, no one's arguing that, demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is, quote, imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind, end quote, if it is an act or a series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. Question about that. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Whatever he was doing, nobody's arguing was not depraved. Look at the timeline. Miss Melton was murdered sometime between 2 and 4, maybe, when Miss Slobosian left. She had to go to work. Then there's the incident about 7:30, 8 o'clock with Miss Montanez. According to her fiance, Miss Ruiz, was going to work between 9 and sometime between 9 and 11. She left the house. So the contact between Mr. Wilson and Miss Ruiz is on a road in broad daylight. This isn't some kidnapping in the middle of the night. This is in broad daylight. Again, it's almost a carbon copy of Miss Melton. Again, running over the body 10 to 20 times. Nobody's saying that's not depraved. We're not arguing he didn't do it. There's solid evidence that he is responsible for those 2 deaths and the battery of Miss Montanez. Miss Montanez's testimony, you need to think about that, whether this was premeditated in terms, I mean, Miss Middleton had sex with him. He could have just gotten up and left or stayed with her. Instead, he murders her. That's not clear thinking, shall we say. I'm not arguing insanity. I'm just arguing that the state's claiming premeditation, and I'm saying he's whacked out. He's just out of his mind for any of this. The only other point I'd like to make is the burglary. Okay. Burglary of the Amlin house. The second element. At the time of entering, not after you're inside, at the time of entering the structure, Wade Wilson had the intent to commit theft in that structure. No, he was hiding from the police. Remember, this was after the incident with Officer McCormick. He helped himself to the food. I'm not claiming he didn't commit petty theft, but the reason he went into the house is because he was hiding out from the cops. So I don't believe you had a felony. You had a burglary. The judge is going to advise you about a lesser charge of trespass. Again, I respectfully request that you consider whether this was premeditated or depraved mind murder. Now, based on the rules of procedure, I don't get the chance to come back up here. The state does. So I need you to consider what they're going to argue to you in their closing argument, because I don't get a chance to rebut it. I thank you for the attention you've given, and appreciate your assistance in this case. Thank you.
Okay, please report. Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this was premeditation all day long. The defendant's attitude toward these women was despicable. He bragged about their deaths to his dad after he killed them. No regret, no remorse. And he replaced the name Christine's mother gave her at birth with the name bitch. I killed a bitch. I choked that bitch out. And 3 days later, he's still bragging about it to law enforcement. And his biggest concern, whether he could get a hamburger and french fries. As Diane Ruiz laid in that field, being scavenged by animals with bugs eating her face to the point where she's unrecognizable, this guy over here wants some french fries. And he's bragging about the fact that Diane Ruiz looks like spaghetti. This is a man with no respect for women, with no respect for human life. When asked about Mila and killing her, he says, there were too many people around. I probably would kill her, you know. You know what I mean, given the chance. Now, I want to start with premeditation, because what you're going to see is you're going to see a jury instruction about lesser included offenses. And second-degree murder is a lesser included offense of first-degree premeditated murder. And there's no doubt that if you read the second-degree murder instruction, you're going to see that it involves ill will, hatred, spite. So there's not a premeditation element, but there's ill will, hatred, and spite. There's no question that he is full of ill will, hatred, and spite. But the law requires you to find for the highest charge. It says when considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't even need to go to second-degree murder. You don't even need to consider lesser included crimes in this case because the state has met its burden and proven premeditated murder. And I want to start with the defendant's own words about premeditation and how we know that he took a second to think about what he did before he did it. All right, the truth is, I picked the girl up and killed her. I wasn't worried about the school, you know. Remember, this is during the day. School is in session, and it's an elementary school. Little kids being dropped off by moms and dads and buses. I wasn't worried about school, you know. I choked her out until she couldn't breathe anymore. She wasn't fully dead yet. Now, he's choking her. He could have stopped, but he decided to continue so that he could kill her. She wasn't fully dead yet, and she was still alive, and I pushed her out of the car, and she tried to get up, and I ran her over with the car. And I ran over maybe like 10 times, 10, 20 times, her head, her body. He says, I put the window down, and I said, hey, do you know where the high school is, where the school's at? Could you show me? She said, it's right down there. I said, I drove by there, and I didn't see it. Could you please show me? She got in the car. That's all it took. That's all it took. Got her in my car, and then from there we drove to the school, and I was going to drop her off. But I knew in my mind I wasn't going to drop her off. There's the mind. I knew in my mind I wasn't going to drop her off, but she wanted to get dropped off there. I said, okay, you can go. As soon as she went to get out, whatever, I grabbed her by the neck and choked her. That's when I was choking her right there. I was choking her out right there. She came back to life 3 or 4 times. I mean, she was a fighter for sure, I'll give her that. When I pushed her out, she fell out still alive, trying to get up. I backed up and just ran and hit her, ran and hit her, ran and hit her until she was not moving anymore. That's not premeditated murder, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what is. And after Christine Melton, when he picked up Diane Ruiz, he told the detectives, I was like, you know what? I've already done it once. I'm going to do it again.
I'm pretty sure he's
It
guilty.
came across my mind to murder, just murder, just kill, kill, kill. He talks about I could get sex with her and then I was going to kill her. This is going to sound weird. I'm just really horny. So I was looking for an easy piece of pussy and saw her walking and she was strolling or whatever early in the morning. So I was like, whatever, I'll give it a shot. When I give it a shot, it usually is 9 times out of 10 works for me. And it did, you know. Fuck it, I should kill her. He says, she did not need a ride afterwards, which is why I started choking her, because she was going to get out of the car. She said, drop me off here at school. I could tell she was getting scared. I saw the fear, and I think the fear triggered me to just kill her. It was going in a weird direction. I could tell things were off because she wanted to be pulled over, and she really wanted to get out of the car bad at this point. And I could tell she was I can sense you, fear. I'm like a fucking lion, and you're the prey, and I can sense it. They can't get away from me even if they wanted to. I'm too strong. I mean, I don't look strong maybe necessarily, but I can, believe it or not. I'm not trying to be mean. I can take either one of you guys down. And this is what he's telling detectives. He's locked up in the Lee County Jail, confessing and bragging to the detectives about these murders that he committed. Not only do you have his own words, all the evidence shows premeditation. Remember when he told his father about murdering Christine, he says, she's just sleeping there. They'd had sex. Remember, this is 6 a.m. Stephanie Johnson has already left. He sees her asleep after a night of going out, having a good time. And he says, I decided I was going to kill her, and I got on top of her. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is classic premeditation. And there doesn't need to be any length of time. It can be just a short swapping in a mosquito. Defense also alluded that, there's drugs and alcohol, and he was on these drugs. That's what he says. But nowhere in the packet of jury instructions are you going to hear or are you going to read when you take those jury instructions back with you that drugs or alcohol is a defense to murder or a defense to premeditation. Stephanie Johnson went out drinking the night of October 6th. She went to work the next day. Jason Shepard went out drinking that night and he did a line or 2 of cocaine and he went to work the next day. And Wade Wilson went out drinking. He did a line or 2 of cocaine and he killed 2, almost 3 women the next day. Using drugs or alcohol as an excuse for injury or death to anyone is insulting. And you'll find nowhere that the law allows that as an excuse. Think about how he was acting. He's at Mateo's Graphics. Why is he there? He's not just out of his mind talking nonsense. Now, our witness, Mr. Lukic, thought he was out of his mind because he's saying he killed 2 women. That seems pretty crazy. He doesn't think that that's probably true. He did, in fact, know it was true. But he's there to get out of town. He's there for a plane ticket or a bus ticket. This is someone who knows exactly what he did. He's not on some kind of drug where he doesn't know or he doesn't know what's happening or what's going on. He knows exactly what's going on. And he knows he needs to get the hell out of Dodge. And long after the high of any drugs or alcohol could have worn off, he's calling Daddy. Dad, I need you again. I need money. I need to get out of here. I need you to come pick me up. I need you to help me. And he's bragging to his dad, wanting his dad to be proud of the women he killed. And then 3 days later, when he's in custody and he's on no drugs and no alcohol, what does he do again? He's bragging to the detectives. All those quotes I just read you, those were all 3 days later when he has no access to any of that. Defense tries to say, he's crazy, he's out of his mind, and the defense, talked about mental health and that being an issue. Again, that's not a defense in this case. There's no evidence of any mental health disorder. There's no jury instruction that's going to excuse him. Any reference of it by the defendant in a statement is simply an excuse to try to justify what he did. He had no issues going out and having a good time at the Buddha that night. No issues picking up a beautiful young woman at the bar. No issues having sex multiple times. No issues getting exactly what he wanted. He wasn't hallucinating. He wasn't hearing voices. He wasn't confused about where he was. He wasn't confused about anything that night. In his own words to law enforcement, he was a fucking lion and they were the prey. And he could sense it. He liked knowing that they were in fear. He liked knowing that they wanted to get away, and he was not about to let them. And he knew enough that night to give a different name. He was JR, or Junior. He wasn't Wade Wilson, the killer. And he knew after killing someone, he should get rid of the body. He knew that after killing someone, he needed to get out of town. And as he watched the officers search for him, he sat in the Amlin's house, drinking White Claw, eating food, using his dad to help him escape. As humans, there's a desire to make sense of it all, to watch the news and come to some understanding of why, to have answers to suffering, and to look for some explanation. To look for a motive to explain why people do what they do. But that's why the state doesn't have to prove a motive. If you had to sit and find a motive or an explanation or an excuse for Wade Wilson's behavior, you'd be in the jury room for years. Because there's no explanation, no justification, and no motivation that could ever explain the suffering and death inflicted on Christine Melton. The suffering he caused to her best friend, Stephanie Johnson. The suffering he caused to Christine's cousin, Samantha. Or the suffering he caused to all her family and friends. There's no explanation and no justification and no motivation that could ever explain the suffering he caused to Diane Ruiz. The suffering he caused to her fiance, Scott. The suffering he caused to her son, Brandon. The suffering he caused to the rest of Diane Ruiz's family and friends. And there's no justification for the fear and the pain and the injuries he inflicted on Mila Montanez. And any explanation he may have given to law enforcement creates no justification. This defendant is guilty as charged, and we ask that you convict him of all of the crimes the state has alleged. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little after 10. Before I read you the instructions, I'm going to go ahead and let you go back for a short 10-minute recess, and we'll bring you back out.
All right.
Just leave all your notebooks and things here. And just make sure when you come back out, bring any cell phones or other electronic devices with you to leave out here. Let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. You can be seated. I just had a couple of other minor edits to the jury instructions that I picked up while going through them. One was on the burglary instruction. Burglary needs to be in all caps. It's different from the others, so I can fix that on my computer. Also, on the first degree petty theft, the still refers to his or her and his. I was going to take the his out that. And on the second degree petty theft, it refers to his or her. I'm just going to convert that to her to be consistent with having Miss Amlin and not Mr. Green. Let's see.
There's one other thing the state just wants to address. as
Okay,
well.
hold on one second.
Sure.
Here, I corrected those, so if you all want to counsel for this, state and defense can just take a look. These are the three instructional parts that I edited.
Judges, you want me to print off a complete set for you? Or-
Actually, that would be helpful.
Very well.
I just worry that sometimes when we do these things piecemeal, we get things out of place. Any objection to the changes that I made?
Yeah.
Okay. You can. Actually, if you want to hand those back to me, then I can put them back in my packet correctly. Use those. Is that all right with the state?
I judge.
Okay. You said there was something else you wanted to address prior to the instructions?
I just wanted to make it clear. It seemed that before closing arguments, the defense counsel indicated that in their closing, they wouldn't be addressing certain things, and the defendant was in agreement with that. He obviously conceded to second-degree murder. I just want to make sure that the record's clear that
Yeah.
Mr. Wilson is in agreement.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're in agreement with that? Very well. Let me just take a short 5-minute recess and I'll come back out and then we'll call the jury back in and we're ready to go.
All right.
Be guilty. All right, guys. So I hope I'm not echoing. I don't have any sound on anywhere, so I have no idea. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Tell me if you can hear me. 13th hour's husband is sleeping next to her. Let's talk quietly, I guess. You can hear me? Okay. So I don't think this deliberation is going to take very long at all. I don't know what you guys think. Right? Come on, Dill. We only have like 3 minutes anyway. You could come up here. Everybody loves Dill. Everybody loves a little Dill. Yeah, Bob says everybody loves a little Dill. A little gherkin. Little gherkin. Little rascal. Little gherkin rascal. Little gherkin. Yep. See? Bob says so.
Order, all rise.
Hey,
All right, please be seated.
come on, guys. I got to get Bob to help.
Yeah, I figured. We're waiting.
We're okay, or?
No, I said we're waiting. But I do want to get everybody back here. Mr. Well, yeah. ready to proceed? Is the state ready and defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Are y'all ready?
Yes.
All right. All right. Let the record reflect the state's present, defense counsel, and the defendant are all present. We're ready to bring the jurors back in, and I'll read the instructions.
I gotta find out where she's at. She's at the court.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Final instructions to control. If I said anything about the law during jury selection or the trial that you think was different from these instructions, you are to follow these final instructions in determining your verdict. Statement of charge. Wade Wilson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder, grand theft of motor vehicle, battery, first-degree murder, burglary of a dwelling, and petty theft. Introduction to homicide. In this case, Wade Wilson is accused of first-degree murder. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. A killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Christine Melton was killed by Wade Wilson, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune and doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2. When the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a
FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 feeling, winning. Winning ranks higher.
into account the manner in which it is used is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Wade Wilson may be found guilty of first-degree murder or any lesser included crime. First-degree premeditated murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Christine Melton is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Wade Wilson. 3. There was a premeditated killing of Christine Melton. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. Second-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Christine Melton is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Wade Wilson. 3. There was an unlawful killing of Christine Melton by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1. A person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2. Is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3. Is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Christine Melton is dead. 2. Wade Wilson intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Christine Melton. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable and which caused death. Grand theft of motor vehicle. To prove the crime of grand theft of motor vehicle, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Wade Wilson knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used, endeavored to obtain or to use the motor vehicle of Christine Melton. 2. He did so with intent to either temporarily or permanently deprive Christine Melton of property or any benefit from it, or appropriate the property of Christine Melton to his own use or to the use of any person not entitled to it. 3. The stolen property was a motor vehicle. Motor vehicle means an automobile, motorcycle, truck, trailer, semi-trailer, truck, tractor, and semi-trailer combination, or any other vehicle operated on the roads of this state used to transport persons or property and propelled by power other than muscular power. But the term does not include traction engines, road rollers, personal delivery devices, special mobile equipment, vehicles that run only on a track, bicycles, swamp buggies, or mopeds. Obtains or uses means any manner of taking or exercising control over property or making any unauthorized use of property. Endeavor means to attempt or try. Property means anything of value. Battery. To prove the crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Wade Wilson actually and intentionally touched or struck Melissa Montanez against her will. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. Introduction to homicide. In this case, Wade Wilson is accused of first-degree murder. The first-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. A killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Diane Ruiz was killed by Wade Wilson, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. A killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2. When the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Wade Wilson may be found guilty of first-degree murder or any lesser included crime. First-degree premeditated murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Diane Ruiz is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Wade Wilson. 3. There was a premeditated killing of Diane Ruiz. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. Second-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Diane Ruiz is dead. 2. The death was caused by the criminal act of Wade Wilson. 3. There was an unlawful killing of Diane Ruiz by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and B, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And C, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Diane Ruiz is dead. 2, Wade Wilson intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Diane Ruiz. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. Burglary. To prove the crime of burglary, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Wade Wilson entered a structure owned by or in the possession of Fanny Amlin. 2, at the time of entering the structure, Wade Wilson had the intent to commit theft in that structure. You may infer that Wade Wilson had the intent to commit a crime inside a structure. The entering or attempted entering of the structure was done stealthily and without the consent of the owner or occupant. Structure means any building of any kind, either temporary or permanent, that has a roof over it and the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding that structure. If you find Wade Wilson guilty of burglary, you must also determine if the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt whether the structure entered or remained in was a dwelling. Dwelling means a building of any kind, whether such building is temporary or permanent, mobile or immobile, which has a roof over it and is designed to be occupied by people lodging therein at night, together with the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding it. For purposes of burglary, a dwelling includes an attached porch or attached garage. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of burglary is trespass. Trespass and structure. To prove the crime of trespass in a structure, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Wade Wilson willfully entered or remained in a structure. 2, the structure was in the lawful possession of Fanny Amlin. 3, Wade Wilson's entering or remaining in the structure was without authorization, license, or invitation by Fanny Amlin or any other person authorized to give that permission. Authority to enter or remain in a structure need not be given in express words. It may be implied from the circumstances. It is lawful to enter or remain in a structure of another if, under all the circumstances, a reasonable person would believe that he had the permission of the owner or occupant. Person authorized means an owner or lessee, or his or her agent, or any law enforcement officer whose department has received written authorization from the owner or lessee, or his or her agent, to communicate in order to depart the property in case of a threat to public safety or welfare. Willfully means intentionally, knowingly, and purposely. Structure means any building of any kind, either temporarily or permanent, that has a roof over it and the enclosed space of ground and outbuildings immediately surrounding that structure. First-degree petty theft. To prove the crime of first-degree petty theft, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Wade Wilson knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used or endeavored to obtain or use the property of Fanny Amlin. 2, he did so with intent to either temporarily or permanently deprive Fanny Amlin of her right to the property or any benefit from it, or to appropriate the property of Fanny Amlin to her own use, or to use of any person not entitled to it. 3, the value of the property taken was more than $100. Proof of possession of recently stolen property, unless satisfactorily explained, gives rise to an inference that the person in possession of the property knew or should have known that the property had been stolen. Obtains or uses means any manner or taking or exercising control of property, or making any unauthorized use, disposition, or transfer of property. Endeavor means to attempt or try. Property means anything of value and includes tangible personal property. Value means the market value of the property at the time and place of the offense, or if that value cannot be satisfactorily ascertained, the cost of replacement of the property within a reasonable time after the offense. If the exact value of the property cannot be ascertained, you should attempt to determine a minimum value. If you cannot determine the minimum value, you must find the value is less than $100. When there are lesser included crimes or attempts. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crime indicated in the definition of first-degree petty theft is second-degree petty theft. Second-degree petty theft. To prove the crime of second-degree petty theft, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. Wade Wilson knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used or endeavored to obtain or to use the property of Fannie Amlin. 2. He did so with intent to either temporarily or permanently deprive Fannie Amlin of her right to the property or any benefit from it, or to the appropriate property of Fannie Amlin to his own use or to the use of any person not entitled to it. 3. The value of the property taken was less than $100. Proof of possession of recently stolen property, unless satisfactorily explained, gives rise to an inference that the person in possession of the property knew or should have known that the property had been stolen. Obtains or uses means any manner of taking or exercising control over the property or making any unauthorized use, disposition, or transfer of property. Endeavor means to attempt or try. Property means anything of value and includes value means the market value of the property at the time and placement of the offense, or if that value cannot be satisfactorily ascertained, the cost of replacement of the property within a reasonable time after the offense. If the exact value of the property cannot be ascertained, you should attempt to determine a minimum value. If you cannot determine the minimum value, you must find the value is less than $100. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Defendant not testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Defendant's statements. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you've heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is a judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict must not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Single defendant, multiple counts. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. Cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. Verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict forms have been prepared for you. They are as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 26th Circuit and in for Lee County, Florida, criminal action, State of Florida versus Wade Wilson, case number 19 CF 0568. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. Check only one as to each count. Count 1, first-degree murder, Christine Melton. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter. D, the defendant is not guilty. Count 2, grand theft motor vehicle. A, the defendant is guilty of theft of motor vehicle. B, the defendant is not guilty. Count 3, battery. A, the defendant is guilty of battery. B, the defendant is not guilty. Count 4, first-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter. D, the defendant is not guilty. Count 5, burglary of dwelling. A, the defendant is guilty of burglary of dwelling. B, the defendant is guilty of trespass. C, the defendant is not guilty. Count 6, first-degree petty theft. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree petty theft. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree petty theft. D, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all. A place for the date, for the foreperson to sign their name, and for the foreperson to print their name. Submitting case to jury. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or other electronic communication, such as an email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate, or if you wish to see an exhibit not sent back into the jury room, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, everybody except, well, let me just ask, any objection to the instructions as read?
No, Judge.
Okay. Then everybody except juror 445 and juror 269, you may retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. Juror 445 and 269. I'm sorry? Wait, 1 second. Wait, sorry. You want to approach? Oh, okay. Can we do that after? Oh, all right. Hold on. All right. Wait 1 second. Do you want me to keep them?
No, we just said
Oh.
you could send a verdict form back.
I'm not sending anything back. Okay. All right. So everybody except juror 445 and 269.
Maybe get the stuff out of the jury, the personal stuff. They have-
Yes. Can you get it and bring
Yeah,
it
I'll
to him?
check it, yeah.
You know what it is? No? All right. So juror 445 and 269, you can go get your stuff and come back out. Everybody else can stay here. And you all can have a seat. All right, so if you can just wait right there for a minute. We'll let everybody else. You may return to the jury room, begin your deliberations. And you can bring your notepads. Just leave all your phones and everything else out here. Has anybody got any electronic devices back there? The bailiff will collect them if you do. You can bring that back. And you all can take a seat again. Please be seated. Before we do that, though, let me just, so you all are the alternates. We don't tell people who the alternates are because we want everybody to pay equal attention during the trial. I'm going to have the clerk come down and get your contact information. We may, depending on the circumstances, have to call you back here. I don't know, but we want to have your contact information to be able to do that. I anticipate if we did call you back here, it would probably be sometime next week.
Bitches,
around
look.
Thursday. Okay. So with that, I'll have the clerk come down and get your contact information.
Before you release.
Yes.
Bitches, look.
Hold on. We'll get all that. Just hold on.
Bitches, look. You can bring the spaghetti pot. There ain't no spaghetti in it. But you can bring the pot in the bag. Buy yourself a
Juror
strange
445
suspicion
and juror
bag.
269. You're under the same instructions as I gave previously. So even though you're not back there deliberating until and unless we release you from your jury service, you're not released from your jury service at this point. You'll still have to not watch any local news, read any local newspapers, not discuss anything about your service as a juror on this case with anyone. And don't look up anything or do any research. The same instructions you've been abiding by so far. Okay, can you follow those instructions? All right, very well. Then you may go, but again, we may have to contact you if necessary. And so just make sure if you get contacted by the clerk that you respond. Okay, thank you. Are you going to take? You can escort them. Mike, Mr. Calvert, you can take them.
Yes.
Okay. But not back to the jury room. Okay. All right. Please be seated. And let the record reflect that juror 445 and juror 269 have been escorted out. Now we have to fix some more things on the jury instructions, it appears. As I was reading, I saw some more things. Yes,
I believe it's the jury verdict form, Judge.
that's one thing. There's another instruction where it's not all caps on the heading. That would be for, I think it was battery. What was it? I tried to keep them separated out as I was reading, but let's see. So, vehicle.
I'm 13th Hour, and I'm here to say, follow strange suspicions down the yellow brick alleyway. We don't know who you are, and we don't really care, but your carnival clown ass is welcome here. Whoop, whoop!
Bitches, look.
I think it was battery, Judge.
I think so. We just double check. And I had made an error when I changed it in number 2 of first degree petty theft. It should be that he did so with the intent to either temporarily or permanently deprive Fannie Hamlin of her right to the property. That's what I changed. Or any benefit therefrom or appropriate property of Fannie Hamlin to, it should be his own use, not her own use. And that's in the first degree petty theft. And
The
then-
second sentence of line there, Judge. It says 2 elements and it should be 3.
Where does it say that? On first degree petty theft?
First degree petty theft.
You're right. Okay, so we'll change that to 3 elements.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You read it as 2, but you read off 3 elements, so.
Right. That's first degree petty theft. Same thing on number 2 or same thing in second degree petty theft. I think it says 2 elements instead of 3.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Anything else, Rob?
You said the verdict form.
Yes, Judge. I can go ahead and print off the complete packet with the changes we just discussed. Thank you.
Was there an interrogatory on the burglary?
Of course not, Judge.
Okay. The way it read, it sounded like it.
No, we agreed to just use the lesser included as a trespass. That's all.
No, on burglary.
Correct.
Okay.
The lesser included that we agreed upon was just merely a trespass.
I'm talking about the part where it says you have to then determine whether or not it's a dwelling. Okay. Okay.
I've never dealt with that as an interrogatory before.
Okay, I didn't
The
know.
only interrogatory I've ever had was whether or not there was a firearm.
Right. Okay. And then what was the one that was not capitalized? The heading.
Battery catch.
Battery and burglary. Burglary.
I changed burglary. I didn't catch battery. And I'm just going to have you print out a whole new set.
You got the verdict form, right?
What's that?
You got the verdict form?
But they printed on a new one.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to have them just print out everything new. Make sure you proofread it. We got the other exhibits prepared to go back?
Yeah.
All right. And you did change the appropriate to his use and as opposed to her use, right? In both the first degree petty theft and second degree petty theft? And we didn't discuss it, but in the verdict form, there was, looks like an error where you had
Said count 4, count 1.
count 4. Okay.
Judge.
Yes.
You got signature instructions for the judge? Yes, one moment. I don't see it. Get like that. It's not up here. Yeah, but if you find the destruction was a dwelling, where's the verdict form? Then they should have a lesser structure. All right, Judge.
What is it?
In count 5, burglary of something. The indictment says burglary of a dwelling,
Correct.
and now I'm seeing why the court wanted to know a interrogatory about whether it was a dwelling.
Well, I didn't say I wanted one. I just inquired
Well,
whether or not
but
that
there's
was
no
part of the
lesser
instruction,
of a structure,
right?
and
Is that a category 1 lesser?
I want to
No.
say yes.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Category 2.
Right now, it's like right now.
Vehicle or property damage, or with use of motor vehicle property damage, and the category 1 lesser is just burglary. There are category 2, which are discretionary for other lesser includeds, but even burglary of a structure is not listed as a category 2. Well, it may be by statute, but it's not a lesser included as far as I see it.
I think the trespass or the burglary of a structure, I'm going to argue to the court, is a lesser included of burglary of a dwelling.
It possibly could be, but it's not a category 1 lesser included.
So if they don't find it's a dwelling, then they either have to find guilty of trespass or not guilty.
Apparently so.
Yeah, okay.
And that was what you all agreed to. Okay. All right. Anything else then on the verdict form or anything else? You did put battery in all caps, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection to those instructions
No.
that are being handed up to the court right now? All right. Thank you.
Defense can't see any typos or any other necessary corrections.
Word of killing is in there. Appears to be correct. The instructions, and we got the exhibits. All right. So these are exhibits that will be going back. Their photos, the transcripts and things like that are not going back. But the photos, nothing. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. All right. All right. Then we will, let's wait for about 15 minutes, see if there's any initial questions, and then make sure everybody has your contact, or the clerk has your contact information, that if need to be brought back. Yes, thank you.
Whoa. Is it off right now? Hello. Can you guys hear us? OnlyFans. What is this about? Tater, what are you talking about? Tater wrote OnlyFans.
You can't handle the truth.
Hey, can you guys hear our voices? Can you tell me in the chat? OnlyFans. Oh yeah, she must have heard me, or Tater heard me. Ooh. Okay, so obviously we are waiting right now. We're waiting for the jury to come back, which apparently even the judge knows is going to happen pretty immediately. So we're just trying to ride this out and have fun. And so, Peter, thank you for joining us. Cyborg Mama, thank you for joining us. Bob's putting something over here, so I gotta scoot over. The court for Karen Reed. What about it? Did you guys want to watch the court for Karen Reed? I don't understand. Hater, tell me what you're saying. There, that's better. Yeah, maybe you guys can hear me better now. Bob was nice enough to adjust that. OnlyFans. Oh, okay. OnlyFans. You're so funny. She's talking about OnlyFans, the fan in the Karen Reed trial. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Didn't have enough clown coffee this morning, I guess. Yeah, they didn't find any nudes. I think that is crazy. Did you guys see that in the short we put out? If you're not paying attention to the community posts that we have, guys, we have put out a lot of shorts in the last few days. So check those shorts out, please. And remember that we do have a trivia stream on Thursday that starts at 6 Eastern, but the trivia doesn't start till 7. But I do recommend you get there at 6 because a lot of hints for the trivia answers will be between 6 and 7. And this week we are going to continue with the true crime trivia and the horror movie trivia for one more week, guys. We're going to keep the horror movie on there because we have not chosen a by popular demand other subject. We're looking for that, but I've also promoted a lot of the true crime and horror movie trivia on TikTok this week with horror movie people. So hopefully we'll have people that are good at both, and we'll also have some horror movie fans in here as well. So if you know people that are good at true crime or that are good at horror movie trivia, or you think they would be, please make sure and invite them to the true crime and horror movie trivia stream on Thursday. Sorry about that. They were just talking about Karen Reed, the fan. That the fan is in there. Because I was like, at least they're not just showing a fan. So once again, guys, just make sure that your notifications are set to all, and make sure that if you are coming to the stream on Thursday to come at 6, even though the trivia doesn't start until 7, because you'll get a heads up with hints for the true crime trivia. And I don't know what else to say. This music's like distracting. I'm looking in the chat though. What is this? Making Paranormal. Oh yeah, you guys. Also remember to jump on over to our other channel. We are still waiting for the court stream to come back on. We're not done with court. We're not just goofing off. We're just trying to kill time so you guys don't have to stare at some weird little symbol on the screen. If anybody does want to come on panel, you can do that too. I wouldn't mind. And we will have to shut off the panel as soon as the court comes right back in. But there's StreamYard right there in the chat, guys. So if you want to come in with your voice or with your voice and face, that's great. If you don't know how it works, you click that link right there in the chat and it will bring you to StreamYard. If you go to StreamYard, whether it's now or on another stream, remember to turn off your YouTube stream in the back. Otherwise, you're just going to echo. So if you want to go on stream, we do probably have another probably 5 minutes before the case comes back on. I thought he said 15 minutes or something. Looked like that guy had to go to the bathroom, Wade Wilson. I guess that is the same name. I don't know where 13th Hour went. I believe she was in here, but she was saying that Wade Wilson is the same name as Dead Sled. Not Dead Sled, Deadpool. Bob's rolling his eyes at me, guys, because I have no idea. I don't watch any comic book anything, so I couldn't tell you. It's the guy with the
Oh, he's funny.
yeah, Deadpool is pretty funny. He is a funny one. He is different than the other one. That's his name, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, I like Ryan Reynolds. He's super funny. If you like Ryan Reynolds, let us know in the chat. Also, I'd like to know what time zones we're looking at here. So Tater, I'm talking to you. I'm not sure what time zone you're in. I know Fudge is in California and he's at work, so I don't know if he's able to type. Dillhole, you're in the central time zone, or are you also in the Eastern time zone? Because we do have that Thursday stream for the trivia starting at 6, and then the trivia starts at 7, but then Saturday we have the 7:20. Yeah, he probably is trying to flush himself down the toilet, Dill. That's a good point. I don't know. Looked like he was trying to be a ghost. All that makeup, all those tattoos on his face look like, first it looked like kind of like a skeleton. Then we were typing in the chat and working on that mask or whatever, and Bob pointed out that he has a swastika right under his eye on his cheek. And I thought it said 666 when you look at his forehead. But after looking closer, it looked like the bottom number was only a 6, guys. It looked like it might have been 776. So I don't know if that's like some kind of prison gang thing or whatever. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I don't know if anybody has watched anything awesome lately, but I don't know. Yeah, he is gross. You're right. Okay, so here we go. We got Minnesota, which is central, right? I believe. Cyborg is in Pacific. Dillhole is in central. Looks like you guys are a little bit behind me. That's weird. He's just gross. And you love tattoos. Me too. I have a lot of tattoos. Bob does too. Bob has way more tattoos than me, but I have a lot of tattoos, I think. Mine are kind of big, so that's why it kind of feels like I have more tattoos than I do, because they're very large. Do you have any tattoos, Cyborg? Who has tattoos in the chat? We gotta check on this court too. I can't see anything. I'm gonna look over there. Yeah, I feel like you guys might be like 10 seconds behind me. Did Drip Drop get a Kaylee and Maddie tattoo? He did? Wow, I didn't hear anything about that. Did you guys hear about that? Oh, that's right. Oh, he did. Well, I don't know. He said, should I? Or yeah, I think he said, should I? I'm not sure. I don't know. I thought, yeah, Tater has 2 tattoos. A tooth tattoo? Yeah, there are 2 tattoos, right?
Yeah.
Bob wants a tooth tattoo, guys. And I think, do you still want a grill?
They glue it. They glue it on your face. They glue it on your teeth.
Oh, it's like glued onto your teeth. Have you guys heard of that?
And it's like a jewelry.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, kind of like a, yeah. Is it into your tooth?
No.
Oh, they just glue it on. Well, that's interesting, right? Yeah, guys, I'm looking at the other stream we were watching. They're still in recess, just so you know. So if you guys, I mean, really, if anybody wants to come up here and just talk about whatever, it's fine. Bill, if you want to talk about your channel, you can do that too. You don't even have to show your face, but I think you're still, are you still at the hospital? Yeah, if anybody wants to come up here and just say hello or whatever, that's fine. I'm just keeping an eye on the court stream, waiting so you guys can get this live verdict, because we've never had a live verdict on this channel. So I'm pretty excited about that, you guys. It'll be a first, and you guys will be here for it, which is really awesome. And I will, let's see, I'm back at work now. Okay. Cool, Dill. I hope you're working on a beautiful car. I don't know if you saw, but we got if you can still hear me, Dill, we got, I'm sure you saw it, but we have a subscriber named Andrew, and he's running a thing called Hearstfest. I don't know if you have seen all the amazing hearses, Dill, but there are so many very, very quite interesting vehicles that come to Hearstfest, and they're not all like regular hearses. Some of them are like converted into like hearse-like vehicles, but there are ones from as far away as I think China, I think it was, or Japan. It was all golden hearse. It was pretty interesting. You want to go to that? Yeah, Dill wants to go to that. We'll be there, Dill. It only costs like $2 too. It's super cheap, like super cheap. But if you have a hearse, it's free. And if you're 15 and under, it's free. I'm trying to think of all the things. They have a costume contest. They have like a pine box derby. You could like make your own little car for the pine box derby. They might have a clown dunking thing. And Kate, can you guys guess in chat who the clown would be in the clown tank in the dunk tank at Hearstfest? Could be someone familiar. I'm trying to hook that up, you guys. Would you want to come dunk me at Hearstfest in that small little town? Throw some. I'm not going to say that. Bob's so gross. He just made a gross joke, you guys. Yeah, so Hearstfest, it's right down there at the bottom of the screen, you guys. Can you see that? I'll just read it because I'm annoying right now. Just Hurston Round and Dead Sled Brand present the 23rd and oh yeah, you know what else, guys? They are attempting to break the world record for the biggest parade of hearses this year, and it'll happen right at the end of Hearstfest. I think they begin at 11 a.m. and they're done at about 5. That's when they do the award ceremony, and everybody's welcome to be at that. They do all kinds of raffles there too. It's so fun. I've been there quite a few times. They used to do it in Hell, Michigan, and then Hell, Michigan, the people who live in Hell, Michigan got all bent out of shape and said that it caused too many traffic jams and that there was a problem with some kind of ambulance. But for years and years and years, I guess Fowlerville, it's not really that even, Fowlerville's not even that far from Hell, is it? I don't know. We haven't been down there in a while. Is it like maybe a half hour? Yeah. So if you guys wanted to go to Hearstfest, you could always really do something unique afterwards or whatever and go to Hell or before or make a weekend out of it and go camping. I think Bob and I are going to make a weekend out of it because it's kind of a drive for us. But I mean, it's $2 and it's one of our subscribers that actually one of our paid members who runs it with his hearse club, which is called Just Hurston Around. And I don't know, it's just fun. It's $2. We like to go camping, so we'll be camping and then we'll be at Hearstfest probably all day. Hopefully we'll be able to get me in the dunk tank. I'd really be interested in doing that. That'd be fun. And then if anybody wanted to come down and see it, you could come dunk me in the tank if you have good aim or whatever, if you have a good throwing arm. Yeah, we're working on it. Yeah, me. Yeah, Cyborg, for sure. Yeah. I don't know if you got a good throwing arm or if you can make it down to Michigan, but it is in September. Let me see if I have, yep, I do have a flyer right here. So guys, the date for this is just in a few months. Yeah, this is the 2024 one. So September 21st, 2024 at the Fowlerville Fairgrounds in Fowlerville, Michigan. It's their 23rd. They've done this for 23 years, you guys. That's a long time. There's so many of them. I think last year they had something like, I was asking him, he said something like 150 hearses. That's like crazy. See, the thing about live streaming Hearstfest is I'll probably be in the dunk tank if they get one. And I should know that probably in the next few weeks, actually. But I can't live stream from there. The thing about that is I've tried even getting an internet signal there. And there are so many people at Hearstfest that you wouldn't even believe it. I mean, imagine like a car show for $2 and you get all these vendors and all these contests and all these activities. Like the little kids go crazy for the Pine Box Derby, but you should see. What? Yeah, there's like one 5G tower. It's like a super small town. But as far as I'm trying to keep up with the chat, let's see. That's not our chat. I was looking at the stream that we were supposed to be looking at the cord on. Yeah, so like I don't know, there's a really no internet signal there, but it is a really fun day, guys. There's lots of vendors. There's lots, everybody can tell you all about their hearse. They love sitting around and like they have like little like tents next to their hearses that like shade them from the sun. And you'd be surprised, like every single person knows every single part of their hearse and they'll tell you the story about it and how far they drove it. Cause last year when I was there, I know that what is that coffee company called? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I can't think of it. Deadly Grounds. I believe Deadly Grounds comes from Connecticut. And I think that there are people coming all the way down from Arkansas, Florida, Arizona. There's people from California, Utah, Nevada, Illinois, Indiana. A lot of people from Illinois and Indiana and Michigan, obviously. But I think last year they said they had 150 hearses and they want to break the Guinness Book of World Records for the hearse, largest hearse parade. And they did do that. I can't remember what year it was, but they did do that once before when it was hosted in Hell, Michigan. So hopefully they'll be able to get that again because I don't know. I feel like it would be super easy. But like I was saying about the Pine Box Derby before I stopped talking, like the kids go crazy for the Pine Box Derby, but you'd be surprised. There was an adult last year and he came in like the Pine Box Derby cars, you have to make them a certain weight for them to be regulation for the contest or whatever. And this guy, he had like 8 cars in his pocket, little wooden cars, and they all weighed different weights. And then I remember Andy telling him like, this is too heavy. And the guy like took the wooden car and like took a few pieces off the car so that it would weigh the right weight. It was pretty insane. And still I think a little kid won. That adult didn't even win, but it was pretty fun. And there were a lot of cool costumes. Like last year, there were 2 sisters and they were like adults, but they were dressed up like those little girls from The Shining. I think they won the costume contest. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure they did. There's hearses, all kinds of hearses, like parade hearses with the flower bouquets on them, and hearses with like army things on them, and hearses with like, I don't know, you'd be surprised. And there's coffins with like skeletons in them, and they're all like designed in. There is a corn maze right down the road, and there are haunted houses that are open that weekend in the area. I'm going to get a list of those because I have seen that some of you are interested in coming up for Hearst Fest. I think it would be actually a super fun time if a lot of people did come up from our channel because we can kind of like hang out. You know what I mean? You guys can dunk me and maybe we can go camping or something. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what Quartzsite is in January. Too many people. Can you do that with your phone? Well, yeah, I'd love to live stream, but the problem is that the cell phone tower, like last year they had an issue and I think that they have it resolved, but I can't be sure because a lot of people that vend, they have like their tents there to be vendors. They sell like, I don't know, like Jeffrey Dahmer looking like funny little nostalgic or like novelty type items that are Halloween and goth style stuff. There's candles called really funny, hilarious, vulgarity type names. There's so much to do at Hearst Fest. That's all I can say. But you would be absolutely, it's worth the trip. That's all I can say, Dylan. And I know you love cars, so we'll try to stick more hearses in there. Just like maybe we'll do another little short with Hearst Fest hearses. I just got to get a hold of Andy to get some video from him. He's usually super busy, but I'm sure he'd be more than willing to help. He's super happy that we're promoting Hearst Fest for him on here. And I brought up the idea for the clown thing yesterday to him. I think it would be a great idea to have a clown dunk tank. And he thought that was hilarious. And he didn't understand that I was saying I would be the clown in the dunk tank, but it's hot as hell at Hearst Fest. So I wouldn't mind being in a dunk tank at all. And possibly be dunked by one of you. That would be cool. And there is, oh yeah, by the way, Cyborg Mama, there is a dispensary right up the road. It's probably like, I remember. Do you remember? It was like 20 minutes. It's like 20 minutes. There's from like 20 minutes from Hearst Fest, I believe there's a dispensary. It's not, if it's not 20, it's 25. It's not that far. Real good deals there too. Oh yeah, for sure. If I get in the dunk tank, Bob will probably be recording that. I wouldn't doubt that. He would love that. He's probably gonna dunk me himself. Probably put a whole wad of cash down to dunk me over and over, I'm sure, which is fine by me. I think it'll be fun. I'm excited. I really hope that they do that. Wade with the face. Yeah, that's the guy, Jane. Welcome. We've been watching it and they're like deliberating right now. And I don't think it's going to take that long. So we're kind of waiting around. We're talking about Hearstfest because Dill said he wanted to go to Hearstfest, which is in Michigan, same state that we live in, but it's kind of far from us, but we're still going. And I was telling everybody that I brought up the idea to one of the organizers of Hearstfest that I would be willing to go in a clown dunk tank. So I'm going to keep everybody updated on that. Hopefully I will get in that dunk tank. Thanks, Bob. Bob's here to help. He's here to help dunk me in the tank. So, Jane, I do hope that you'll be joining us. I'm sorry that the trivia is a little bit later in the day, but I do remember you saying that you do stay up later than any reasonable person. I thought that's what you used, the word reasonable, something like that. She said she stays up more than any reasonable person does. So our trivia will be tomorrow night, Thursday. The live starts at 6 and the trivia starts at 7. Bob does always help, right? He's a great guy. I'm very lucky. Let me just take a moment to say thank you to our paid members and put it on the bottom of the screen. Strange Syndicate right here. So if any of you are in here right now and not typing, it says we have 8 people, but it looks like only 3 people are typing. So I know Fudge is probably listening. He's at work. So Happy Cappy, Glowy, Cyborg, Jane, Misconduct, Jeff H, Tracy Allen, Carrie P, Andy, all of you that are Strange Syndicate. Oh, I got to update that because we just got 10 new members, guys. I forgot about that. Just the other day on Monday. If you were here for the Monday stream, Bob and I treated you guys to 10 free memberships. So hopefully that'll get the ball rolling. And I did notice and want to thank you all. If you shared the video, you're awesome because the video from Monday already has 3,000 views, the last I saw. And that's a lot. Okay, he's going to tell me the exact number right now because I was really impressed, honestly. You guys did great. And if you're watching any, oh, I forgot what the hell I was just going to say. Trying to read the chat. What is it? 3,062? 3,062 views since Monday, guys. So that's pretty awesome. I mean, that's really, really a big deal. I notice a lot of you too. I do see it because when you mention me, when you go at Strange Suspicion or you hashtag Strange Suspicion, I do see that. So if you're in somebody else's chat and you're like, hey, awesome, you should join us at Strange Suspicion for trivia on Thursday, or you put hashtag Strange Suspicion, or you put hashtag Strange the Clown, or in your social media, if you put hashtag share, when you share our video, that actually gets shared out more than just on your post. So I don't know if you guys know all that, but I'm just letting you know in case you're trying to help out. And we do have playlists if you want to play those. Those are great. I do have one that is my favorite videos. I think we got a shorts one. We got a full one. I put a playlist out for the ones that need views. And I also have one for the most popular. We do have, I'm super impressed with this too, that we do have videos that have 10K views and 11K views, 9, 8. I really like when you guys share a video. So I just want to thank you guys for doing that. Still staring at the other stream, trying to wait for these jurors to come in. Maybe somebody has a question. You know, when you're in a room with a bunch of people, what? About what? Oh, yeah. So Bob's asking me a question. And since we're all talking, I'm going to, can I get a witness? Yes, that's the one, right? Was that the last one we did? No. It was the recap video, Cyborg. You were getting shots at the doctor, I think. Yeah. Okay. So Bob was asking me something, and since we're waiting, I bet I'll get cut off now that you're asking me this with the court. But that's why you did? Okay, cool. All right, guys. So I don't know if you guys watch, is it Harsh? Jay Embry, Harsh was talking about today. I hope I'm not saying his name wrong. I'm not trying to be rude because I don't really watch true crime. What is that? Okay, Jay Embry. Harsh was talking about him saying that what? He said that all this traces back to the moms, that Xana's mom and Maddie's stepmom were sold drugs by an informant named Tyson. Is that what you said? Oh, they were the traffickers. Why don't you come over here? Okay, they ratted on that guy. So basically, Jay Embry was saying Harsh Reality was talking about that he had. So why didn't I say he was allegedly saying? Because Harsh said, even though Harsh is very reliable, I'm saying. But he was saying that they were trafficking for Tyson, who was an informant.
They got caught. They snitched on that Tyson guy.
They got caught, and then they snitched on Tyson, the two moms. And Jay Embry is saying that they are the confidential informants. The mothers? You have to come over here and say it. I can't just.
No, the Tyson guy, who I've never heard of.
The Tyson guy.
Yeah. I don't know.
So Harsh Reality had a video, and he was talking about Jay Embry, and he was saying that the mothers both have the mothers with the drug issues, which is Xana's mom and Maddie's mom, were buying drugs from Tyson, correct? And then they ratted on Tyson.
And Brian Koberger and the other BK were the users.
And the two BKs were the users of the drugs and wanted to go over there and do whatever.
Open for speculation.
Yeah, it is open for speculation, but I want to hear what you guys have to say. I can't just repeat what you say. Like, I wish you would talk. I don't know. Bob wants me to repeat things, and I'm trying to keep up with you guys and with Bob at the same time. But I didn't see the video, though, so I'm trying to understand. Anyway, if you saw Harsh's video, Bob wants to know what your opinion is because I haven't seen it. So I'm sure Jane saw it. You should just ask them. It's not a problem. I just don't really understand it myself. There's too many names. So if you guys understand it, that's great. But I know it has a lot to do. Oh. Yeah, I did see that video, and I don't really know what, I don't know what Brent Kopaka looks like, to be honest. I know I've seen like a few pictures of him, but just like Brian Koberger, when you look at social media, you'll get like Brian Koberger profiles that are not Brian Koberger. So I'm not sure which ones are real and fake now that he has that video, now that you bring that up. I have no idea. I know that there was a picture of him in an army uniform. And I would assume if he was really in the army, then that would have been him. Jane said she saw it, no proof. Yeah, I did. Okay, so basically when I woke up, Bob was watching this video. So Bob caught more of it. I didn't. But I thought it had something also to do with prison gangs and like Aryans and stuff like that, which I thought was very interesting, Jane. I know you know what I'm talking about, but I think it's very interesting that, let's just go with this. The narrative for the Brian Koberger thing is just all over the place, right? So we're led to believe it's frats. We're led to believe it's law enforcement up to no good, or some kind of informant, or a fight gone wrong, or whatever our curious and creative minds can come up with, right? So I'm wondering, when we first started out, do you remember when all the attention was on Demetrius and Emma? And then there was this other person named Jesse James Bailey, and he was in prison. And Jesse James Bailey is an Aryan gang member. And would the Aryan gangs then try to on the outside control the narrative? I'm wondering. Drug mules. Do you, okay. The moms were drug mules, is what you're saying, Tater, right? That's what Bob says. Okay, he was saying they were the runners for Tyson. Oh, for the whole Aryan thing. And Tyson's just the informant.
All these guys.
Right, that's the thing. Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene is the hub.
He was saying it was moved from Seattle.
Mm-hmm. He was saying that it moved from Seattle all the way across to Idaho. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so if they were moving the drugs from Seattle to Idaho, I wonder what the person in Seattle, who their plug would be in Seattle. Maybe that's maybe that's the person we need to be really looking for, is the like main drug person. I do know that there are a lot of people with knowledge about being a drug mule and being in the Aryan Nation, but I'm not going to bring them up. But the moms very well could have done that. I mean, I don't want to like infer anything like that. So this is an alleged theory. Let me just disclaimer you right there. But it is possible, you know, that somebody does drugs to the point where they will do anything they need to do to continue getting their drugs. And it seems like to me that, am I doing something? No. Okay. It seems like to me that it's a possibility that Xana's mother and Maddie's mother may have something to do with this, just in the same way that people said that OnlyFans could have had something to do with this. It's a very alleged theory, but at the same time, I feel like, how could we rule it out if we can't rule anything out at this moment, you know? And when Xana's mother went into the spotlight, she went right back out of it, and she did get incarcerated again, I believe, but she was incarcerated somewhere separate, which is another interesting factor, because the only reason you get sent somewhere separate is if you have a related, right? Like say Jane and Cyborg committed a murder. They might not be locked up in the same prison before trial. Yeah, it does happen. But I would think. I do know who you mean. I do. The creator who what? Who speaks to Xana's mom. I love how you guys say mum. And bum. And they say bum. You say mum and bum.
Mom.
Hey mum. Hey mum, me bum. Hey mum, my fella, me bum.
Me bum bands.
Me bum bum. Me bum bum.
Me rub your bum bum.
Me rub your bum bum. You know who I mean, Pia. Yeah, I do. I do know who you mean. And I just think, man, now that we put that together, Bob. Yeah, but I'm saying now that we put that together as a community, that kind of freaks me out. Because yeah, we're saying there was
We'll just call them the Odins.
Let's call them the Odins. So the Odins guys, those two guys might know a lot of things. And that's why they get so mad at everybody. That's all I'm saying. That's why there's so much anger and so many ganging up on people from those two channels. That scares the shit out of me. God. Because so the Odins. Yeah. Wonder if the Odins have anything to do with this. They have a lot to do with the Delphi, right? Delphi is like oozing with Odins, I think. Odinites, do you call them? Something like that. Vikings. Yeah, I don't know what Odin. I don't really know much about that. I know 13th Hour does, but I haven't seen her in chat, so I don't know where she went. Oh, it was? She wrote me bum bum. Yeah, they are creepy. You're right about that. Tater tot. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like before the Delphi case, I didn't realize there was such a big cult. Like, is that a cult you would call it, or an organized? Because is it insulting for me to say it's a cult? Is it LARP? Like a LARPing thing? Do you guys know, is it a cult? The Odinites? Is that a cult or is it like a, am I saying it wrong? Is it like LARPing? Like where you dress up and you like act like, should I be scared to say that? Oh, but real. Okay. Oh, they're gangs. Yeah, right. Okay, Jane, that's right. Yes, the gang he was in was the prison gang mentioned. Oh, yeah, I do remember him saying he knew him. Yeah. So that's weird. That's real fucking weird. Cult gang. Yeah, it's either or, right? Because, I mean, to me, those people. Jay and Silent Bob. Oh. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. What was that one? Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. You guys see that Jay and Silent Bob thing when they were trying to save the monkey? The name of that gang. Bob just thought of it. He like put his arms up and he did the whole part. It was funny. Oh, he thought you said something else, Cyborg. Cultish. Tater Tot, where did you say you're watching from again? I like your cat. That's a cute cat. We used to have a cat, but she passed away. And our dog. Cult Bang. Okay, so it is not Cult Gang. It is not a LARPing thing then. I'm wrong about that.
There's just dudes that
You know, people
words out and put that.
like Renaissance, right? They're like, they think they're,
Like Viking, it's like they follow what Vikings did. They're like their religion is whatever the Vikings were, following Zeus or.
so it is kind of like that.
Yeah, it's real. It's not.
But they really do damage. Oh, okay. So kind of like, okay. So are the Odinites a prison gang?
They're just like a.
They're guards. Yeah, they're guards too. Yeah, because remember the guard in the Delphi, they said he couldn't wear that, and then he got a tattoo of it, remember? Yeah, that's weird, you guys. I don't know if I should. That's right. You're right about that, Jane. On this?
Are we playing a commercial in the background?
Should we be? No.
No.
No, it's just me and the Linus guy dancing. We're just waiting, guys. I don't know. You know, oh yeah, this is what I was going to say. You know, it's probably taking so long for them to deliberate. You know, when you're put in a room with people and you guys are all given the same instructions and just one person doesn't freaking get it. And they're like, does anybody have any questions? And they're like, yeah, like for the multiple choice, do we write it or do we circle it? We circle it. Okay. And then for like, you know what I mean? It's gotta be one of those.
Didn't you say you have to like fill it out like one of those high school tests? Where you
Like a
put it in
Scantron?
circle?
Yeah, Scantron.
Do they Scantron?
Oh yeah, maybe they're Scantroning it. Has anybody in here ever been on an actual jury? I should have asked that during the live too, the other live. I have never been on a jury, and I've always wanted to be.
I've gotten a lot of them.
Bob said he's gotten a lot in the mail, and he never went. Hey, 13th is here. Hey, 13th, we were just talking about Odinites. We're waiting for this deliberation, which is taking longer than they thought. But, I mean, we've already sat it out so far, so we're going to wait for this verdict, right? So we were talking about Odinites. And I said, is it like LARPing? And is it like, and they're like, no, they're like prison gangs and like bad guys. It's a religion, Bob says. Something like that, a lifestyle or like a way to live. But I know those prison, you guys, it is an actual fact that in Delphi that there was a prison guard that had a Odinite patch, right, on his uniform or something. And they said, you got to take that off. And then when he took it off, he freaking tattooed it on him. So he can't take it off. So I feel like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like they're saying it's a conspiracy theory that he's saying that he's being threatened and there's like Odinites threatening him. And they're like, no, there's no Odinites, nothing to see here. And the guard who's probably threatening him and having him attacked allegedly, is standing right over him with the Odinite tattoo. Uh-oh, she's gonna come on panel, guys. She's gonna school us. All right. Okay, first, before I send the link, when you click this link, I'm gonna say this to everybody, 13th. I know you know the drill, but I'm gonna say it. First of all, when the court case comes back on, we're gonna get off the panel. I'm gonna mute it immediately. Secondly, what you already know, but I will remind everybody in the chat in case anybody else wants to jump on with her. We're all here. We might as well talk. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. But when you turn it on, when you click the link and you get into StreamYard, turn your YouTube off. If you're watching it on TV, turn the volume all the way down. Here we go. Anybody at all who wants to come up, 13th and anybody, voice or face. There you go. Click this link right there in the chat. You could, Jane. I know you could. 35. Okay. Well, 13th is about to tell us about Odinites, so. I didn't have to talk. So you guys, 13th is coming up, and as soon as this court, I got the other stream like right next to me. So if anything comes up, we'll just shut her down. You know what I mean? Yes, you could, Jane. Just with your voice. I'm just on with my voice. I'll probably have like black and white makeup on again on Thursday. On the lives, I'm going to try to stay in makeup or wear the mask for you guys. I've been lazy, I guess. Out of time. Come on, Jane. I don't know where 13th hour is. She said she was coming in. Did we not see her or something? Okay. Okay. So. Oh, wait. Why do I have that on? Okay, you guys. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I'll just keep talking until she comes on. So, yeah. Jane, I'm sorry about the time for the trivia, but hopefully you can make it. I wanted to know, Jane, are you good with horror movie trivia? Do you know much about horror movies? Like, do you watch American horror movies over there, or do you watch the UK horror movies? Because I can adjust some of the trivia questions to be fair. There's no way that I should be asking only United States stuff. You know what I mean? That's kind of rude. Like, at least Australian people, they know about Wolf Creek, and I put that in there. That's Americans have seen it too. You know what I mean? I've seen a lot of UK horror movies. You know both? Okay.
I can think of that is that one called 24 Hours or something, or a zombie.
It's from the UK. It's a zombie movie that's called 24 Hours or something.
I don't know if it was like from the UK, but it was definitely shot in the UK, shown in the United States.
I know there was that funny zombie movie, Shaun of the Dead. I think that was UK.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
That one's good. Great.
Yeah, I wanted to watch that actually. Every UK movie is horror to watch. Dill, Dill, that's not nice. Not all of it. They have like, no, that's Irish, isn't it? Trainspotting was Irish. Was it? Jane, where was Trainspotting from, that movie? Was that Ireland? Or shot in the UK, maybe. She called Dill a bastard. 'Cause London. Oh, yeah, it was in London. Wow. I felt like, I don't know why I thought it was so cool because I was like, that's not even an English accent. They're from Ireland or something like that. Poor Things. Have you seen that? Oh, 13th is here, guys. Hold on. Here we go.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Not a whole lot. So I
Are you
hear
guys?
you need some info.
Yeah. What are Odinites?
You mean Odinists?
Yep.
Okay. Odinism was started in the 1960s in the UK in prison systems, and they're pretty much just skinheads and racists, and then it kind of moved over into the US probably around the late 70s, early 80s. And then it's just gotten worse since then. But on the Richard Allen situation, yeah, he's totally being he's being tortured by Odinists. And yes, I do believe Odinists are responsible for the killings. And no, I don't think Richard Allen is guilty. And
I
it
don't.
is a religion.
Yeah, I don't think he's guilty either. I feel like he's been like, I don't know. I feel like he's been hurt in there. I feel like when he went in, he looked way different
Yeah,
than what he looks like
yeah,
now.
yeah. They're torturing him. They're telling what they're doing is, I know everybody says but he confessed, he confessed, he confessed. Well, if these guards are torturing you every day and saying, if you don't confess, we're going to do this to your family. 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 He was even caught asking his attorney, is my family safe?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'd read too. That's all he would say.
Yes.
They're trying to get him to
Is
talk, and
my
he won't.
family safe? So
Yep.
tell me that that's not, oh, okay. Now there's something very different from what you're talking about and what I do, which is Norse paganism. It's completely different.
How is it different?
I'm not a racist, and I follow traditions that are thousands of years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a religion, like
Did you?
Thor, Loki, Freya, Odin. You know, it's a religion. I'm Norse. My husband's Norse. I'm Norse and Welsh.
Bob was asking me to ask you if you saw the swastika on that guy's face that we were
I
just watching.
did. It was under his right eye.
Yep.
But you gotta pick a side. You gotta pick a side when you go in. That's just the thing. You gotta pick a side. Or a side's gonna pick you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know some people that have been to prison. And they told me you have to you only can associate with your own color, even if you don't do that in real life, only associate with your own color. Because no matter what, that's prison rules. It's not racist.
That's right. It's prison rules.
It's crazy.
Yeah, see, Jane says it's a huge gang in the UK prison. She's correct. It started there.
Yeah. And I feel like, I don't know, when people are in prison for a long time, they get out and then they start to live their life like they're still in the prison yard, which is not normal.
God, what does my husband call that? Prison mentality.
Yeah, prison mentality. Oh, you're so funny, Dill.
Because people will get out of prison, but they'll still hover over their plate like somebody's gonna get it. You know what I mean?
Right.
when they eat. That's prison mentality, or hiding a sharpened toothbrush under your pillow after you get out of prison. Just prison mentality.
Right. Exactly. Trying to
Can't
like
get out of it.
trying to scam people and run little hustles and stuff on people. It's weird.
Oh yeah, yeah. Absolutely. But no, the Odinists in jail and Norse paganism, the religion, two totally different things. Completely different things. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I was trying to be
Oh.
polite. Then I started talking and I was like, wait, I'm muted. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like when people are in prison for so long and then they get out, there's no way to change it. And with my psychology education, it just blows my mind because I think like if you psych yourself out, you are really literally in a building. But if you're actually there, it's not just a building. You know what I mean? It's like
yes.
all your choices are taken away. You can't do anything unless somebody else says so. And then you're locked down
Right.
with
All
strangers.
your rights. Yeah, all your rights are taken away. All your rights. You got a potty in front of people. I mean, there is no dignity in jail
No.
or prison. None.
Right, and I don't know if there's
Dignity
any decency.
Dignity is a right.
Right.
Yeah, dignity and decency are a right. And once you get put in prison, those rights are taken away because if you did something wrong.
Yeah.
If you did something wrong. But
Yeah, but if you
therein lies the problem.
you show integrity and you show dignity, they take it as a weakness in there because they're going to take right over you.
Yeah.
And that's
Yep.
sad.
Yeah.
Because good never wins in there. And then you could go in there one way and come out completely a different way. And because you're been accustomed and like you've adjusted to that way of life, you could never come out the same. And then they just reoffend, which is unfortunate, especially when it's a violent crime, I would think.
Right.
'Cause it's even more violent in there.
My issues lie with the difference in punishment. Like, why do drug punishments get less time than hurting women and children?
Yeah. I don't know that one. I don't know. We watch Bob and I watch streamers every day who punish people who victimize children, and I think we do that because it's so satisfying, but it's also, because they're hurting children, but also satisfying because you could see actual justice every single day.
Yep.
And
Order
that's
the
like-
fried pickles.
Yep, that's exactly who we're talking about. Alex.
I
Alex,
love him.
you ever watch Skeeter?
He's so young.
Yeah, he was a football player, I think. He was on.
He's a baby. He is so young.
He needs some new clothes.
He does.
Basketball
He needed. Yeah, he got that booty crack thing going. He needs something. Spackle that thing.
Yep. Yeah. But it is, I think if you guys don't know what we're talking about those streamers who like they will track down a pedophile.
Gordon Flowers.
Gordon Flowers. And he'll like call the cops and these people get busted, and he shows it on stream, which is very satisfying if you've ever been hurt in any way like that or know somebody who's been hurt in that way.
He does the Chris Hansen thing, but he goes to their house.
Yeah. Bob wants to do a video like that so bad, but I'm scared.
I'd do it. I would do it.
I miss it when the streamers were like, there was this one guy, and I don't know his name. Bob found his channel again for me, but he's like, I don't know if he's Romanian or something like that. And he'd be like, that's disgusting, bro. Right. But he used to always say, who knows that you're here right now? Because usually when people go and they try to victimize children and pick up some underage kid, they don't tell their friends where they are. And I think that's the best thing to say to them because it makes them scared. It makes them feel like, oh shit, what's about to happen? And then they'll at least think twice.
Yeah.
We'll take them. Because cops are very specific
Yeah.
on the kind of information they need. And then the
Yeah, that
luring.
is smart.
Yeah. Because like who knows? You know what I mean? Like if you were if that kind of person was in front of you and you said, who knows you're here right
I
now?
didn't think about the verbiage. Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't think about what verbiage to use. That's
He's-
interesting.
He's been kicked off a bunch of times, but he keeps getting his channel back, which I think is cool. And then there was that CC unit guy. He was pretty good. And Skeeter's good. He's from Michigan, Skeeter Hansen. He does the
Oh
where's
no,
the-
I just watched Gordon here and there. I have a weird. I watch weird stuff on YouTube. I bounce around. You would freak out if you saw some of the stuff I watch.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, like, I get a lot of emails with people saying, like, what true crime channels do you watch? And we really don't, you guys. We do our own research with true crime.
Yeah.
We don't, like, watch people's content that often. When we do, though, it is like, I know Bob is, like, pretty partial to Harsh and to Captain Howdy, people like that. I
know
thought,
who those I know who those people are, but I don't watch them. Like I
oh,
watch you. I watch Drip Drop when he drops things. You know, because it's kind of rare sometimes. You know, he has his days, you know, he has his time periods where he takes off. And other than that, I kind of find some of the drama funny that's going on in the drama world. And I'd like to sit in the bushes and laugh at them acting a damn fool.
yeah, me too. Me too. Because you know what? For everybody that can hear this, just remember when you see a true crime person talking about drama or talking about another creator, obviously they're jealous of that creator. And obviously they have nothing going on with their research in whatever case they're acting like they're presenting to you. Because if you present yourself,
Absolutely.
you know what I mean? If you present yourself as a true crime creator, then shut up and talk about true crime. Like I could give a shit what's happening in anybody's life, unless it's somebody who I'm talking about. But I'm trying to figure out, Dill, who are you talking about? He said he used to hang out with him, but the live streams with the community is so toxic. Once the Stroll started messing with me, I quit. Where, Dill?
I wonder who.
Fuck them.
Yeah. Dill's
Like, why-
cool.
Yeah, Dill, you're cool. I've seen you in all kinds of people's chats. I noticed who Dill was
Yeah.
when we were just shaking paranormal a long time ago. Oh, the predator catcher community. Oh my god, yeah, Dill. Yeah, they are trolls. They are fucking trolls. There's one guy every day in Alex's stream. He's like, rest in peace, Joe Rogan. Every single day. And every time Bob sees it, he's like, ah, fuck, Joe Rogan's dead.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, he keeps dying.
I'm gonna probably cry when he really dies.
Right? Probably. I'll cry when Ozzy Osbourne dies. He looks like
Hey,
he's
don't
getting
feel
close.
Oh my gosh. I watch do you watch the Osborne podcast?
Oh, yeah. We watch that almost every day, right?
I
I
do
love that.
too. I do
I love
too.
Ozzy
They're
stuff.
so wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
They need to put down the Ozempic.
Doesn't Jack, I think Jack has his own YouTube too, I think.
I'm in the middle of their newest one.
Oh, Bob's in
Yeah.
the newest one. If you guys don't know who we're talking about, Jane, you probably know who Ozzy Osbourne is. Not only because you're in our age group, but also because
I think everybody here should know who Ozzy is.
I wonder, Jane, is he a big deal over there? Because he's a big deal over here. Like he's a big deal over here.
He's a
It's
big
so weird.
global deal.
I would hope so, but I don't know because
Yeah. He
Gotta-
stood the test of decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. Since the
Cyborg.
60s.
Cyborg have a good appointment.
Have a good
big-
appointment, honey.
He's a big deal. Good. I'm glad he's a big deal. I don't know if you know Jane, but he has there's a YouTube channel with his podcast with his whole family, and they talk about everything. Which
They posted one recently called The Prince of Darkness about his dogs. It's so funny.
So funny, Bob. He's not your father,
You wish.
right? He's the father of
You
every.
wish.
He's the father of. Is he your metal father? He's probably talking about musically. I don't know if you guys know this. But if you saw on Murder Metal, is it Murder Metal Mayhem or Metal Murder Mayhem? Murder Metal Mayhem. When we did our interview, Bob talked about it a little bit. Bob, I used to be too, but Bob used to do vocals in a metal band. He's also played drums and guitar and bass and all kinds of stuff. I play bass in metal bands, but he was a screamer. So maybe in that way you're saying Ozzy was your daddy?
Oh, panty dropper screams. Oh,
Yeah, I think so. Maybe we should.
Oh,
Bob. She said
oh,
rapper screams.
I love panty dropper screams.
He's real. You guys,
Oh my
you'd be
God.
surprised. There's a lot of things. Bob's got a lot of talents. He's got a lot of different things. Like especially like I was waiting for more requests for paranormal stuff because Bob is a psychic medium and that is no joke. He is really, really great with spirits and
Well, go to
hopefully
some more places. Go, y'all go,
we don't know.
go to show us some cool places. We
Like
don't
when we
know
look, when we
we
look
don't
at
know
our
your area.
like as far as the views, people are like, oh, we want more Charlie Manson, and we got videos that get views in the thousands, and Charlie Manson still not even at 1,000, I don't think. And like as far as the paranormal, we haven't heard back for I don't think any requests except I think Cheryl did yesterday in the community posts. So I don't know if you guys like are keeping up on those, but I hope you are because we post
Yeah,
like crazy.
it's YouTube's just YouTube. The
Weird.
views on everything in every corner in every community is down. Are down. The views are down. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, it's weird. Ooh, Jane said more paranormal.
Yeah, see, it's but if you talk to other creators, I've been listening to the creators and they're like, why are everybody's views down? Something's going on. I really think something is going on. Like in the algorithm, YouTube's tweaking something, or I don't know what's going on. But
It is weird. Yeah.
But something is up. Something is definitely strange and up.
Well, somebody mentioned to me the word shadow banned, and we got comments. I swear, my phone, I thought it was going to blow up 2 nights ago. It was like 250 notifications from YouTube. And I was like, what the fuck is this? What did I do? You know? And so I look at it, and all the comments were from exactly 4 months ago. Every single one of them. And I was like, well, what the hell did they hold all these for? There was nothing inappropriate in the comments. They were all nice comments. So I'm not sure if we were shadow banned. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't even know what a shadow ban is.
I don't either. I think it means they don't promote you. They don't promote you on YouTube. They don't like notify. You know how people are saying they weren't getting their notifications and stuff? They'll like turn all that stuff off. And then I try to tell people to turn them on and they say they're on, but you really got to like switch it to the setting that says all. And that way you get everything. So people will be like, oh, I didn't know you were on, but we'll get a notification right when we're on.
I've been watching too. And I've been seeing, the old school
oh heck no, look at that.
Bob. YouTubers.
Bob. We should just play it for them. He's putting a link in there. He's like, that's me singing or whatever. Bob, you might as well put it in there. No, but I mean on it. Put it on the screen for like 10 seconds. Like so they could hear it. If you guys want to hear Bob scream, type it in the chat.
Please, I can't type anything. I want to hear it, please.
Oh, we have to go on to that and then go on to that. You guys want to hear Bob scream? Put yes in the chat because we'll have to turn the trial thing off real quick and put it back on, but we won't lose it. Don't worry about it.
Okie dokie.
So hold on. We'll still be on stream though, right? Just for 10 seconds.
Oh, I can't use that one.
Ooh, Ozzy, December 3rd. I didn't know that was his birthday. Wicked. And whose birthday? Tater's birthday. That's cool, you guys.
I have the same birthday as a celebrity, but it's freaking Rob Lowe. That's not even exciting.
I have the same birthday as Adam Sandler.
Ooh, Adam Sandler. When's his birthday?
Yep. September 9th. Not the same year. He's a few years older than me. Maybe like within about 5 or 6 years, within a decade or something.
Wow.
Like mid 50s.
He's super funny though.
And yeah, he is. I love him.
That's so funny. You see what Dill said?
Uh-huh.
He said, I don't want to hear Bob scream unless it's like a little girl that just saw a spider. If he's hurt, I'll pass.
I
He's
was
not
hurt.
hurt. No, he
I
was
was
like
hurt.
this.
I was hurt the
He
whole
meant
time.
screamo.
He was like someone was
I
kicking him.
don't know if I'll be able to find it on here.
You gotta look at right there. Okay, there it is. All right. Oh, you're just doing it on there?
I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta look right there. Okay, there it is. All right. Oh, you're just doing it on there. Is it?
Those 10 seconds.
Okay, that's 10 seconds. There you go. That was Bob. I think she's on mute.
I don't think anybody heard it. That's fine though.
They're 10 seconds behind.
Now I gotta go.
Did you guys hear it? They're 10 seconds behind.
I don't think anybody heard it.
Did you guys hear the music or not? You got to present that page. Did you guys hear it? See, we're behind. Right there. Behind. Did you guys hear the music or not? No, they said no. You got to present that page. Did you guys hear it? See, we're behind. Right there. Did you guys hear the music or not? No, they said no. Okay, here it goes, you guys.
That is impressive. Dude, you scream on the inhale and the exhale. That's hard to do.
Look at him, Dave. See?
That's amazing. My son can do that. He can scream on the inhale and exhale. Not many people can do that. That's perfect screamo. I love it. Pia, you're muted. Pia, or is it me?
No, it's me. Bob moved
Oh, okay.
muted me.
Sorry.
The spider would have screamed and ran away, Dill said. Scared of you,
Oh
Bob.
my God, it was awesome.
I know, right? I was like, man, I wish you would just show you guys because you can't describe
It is so good. No, you can't. And that's a true talent to scream on the inhale and the exhale. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, you know, he's just a man of many talents. Like if you saw him pick up a guitar or a bass or play the drums, you'd be equally as impressed. He is very, very, very musically inclined.
I can't play an instrument, but I was a stage performer. I sang. I was a vocalist, but I was never able to play an instrument.
Yeah, that's pretty
And
heavy
I
hunting.
can't read music.
I can't read music either, but I play bass, and I don't play with a pick. I play with my thumb mostly, beating my
Oh,
thumb
that's
up.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
Which guy? Linus? He's gonna take Linus off the screen. Maybe Linus is a little
Bye,
tired.
line.
Oh,
Yeah, he looks tired.
back to this guy. The
That trash
dancer.
panda needs a bath.
Oh yeah.
Needs a
Have you
bath.
guys have you watched those people? Anybody in chat and you 13th? Have you watched those people who feed the raccoons on their porch?
Yes.
With the hot
All
dogs?
those raccoons. Yes.
Man,
the
somebody
hot
needs to buy
dogs.
them a power washer because their fucking porch is probably smelling like hot dogs like crazy.
And raccoon
And cookies. Yeah, and raccoon food. And cat food, right? There's cat food out there too. Raccoon
food.
feet too.
Raccoon
Yeah.
poo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1948 for Ozzy. Wow, Ozzy's old shit. 48, 58, 68, 78, 88, 98, 2008, 2018. Well, he's 70. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
How old would you be if you
My
were born in
mom-
1948?
My mom was born in 46 and she died at the age of 77. She would have been 78 this year.
Oh, wow.
That's the
That's a
best I
long
can do.
life. Yeah, good
Yeah.
job. I do that too. I always love my mom's birthday. I'm like, yeah, she's born in this year, so it's that. So, because I know my mom has
Yeah,
a big.
but that's the best I can do. That's the best I can math.
I think the oldest pothead I can think of is Willie Nelson, and he's 90. I think. Pretty sure he just turned
Oh.
90.
Good Lord. Yeah, well, weed's keeping that man preserved.
Yeah, I think it has a lot of like medical benefits, but they're not really
Oh, definitely.
that well
Definitely.
known. I mean, it's so different living in a state where it's legal and going to a state where it's not legal because the mentality is way, way different. It's more like it's a criminal, disgusting drug. And then like in Michigan, like when we walk in a dispensary, it's usually people older than me. And I'm in my 40s. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell
It's
is
like
going
that here.
on?
Yeah, it's like that here. And old people and soldiers, veterans, nurses, judges, attorneys. We see everybody here in the dispensaries, doctors.
embarrassing?
Our town is absolutely just, they don't care. They use it as medication like it should be.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they are more, the police are more worried about crystal here than they are about
They should be. That's an awful drug.
weed.
Really bad.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and you guys,
I think
you guys have all those
I think
body
that's the worst
farms
one we
down
have.
there. Right? You guys have the
Body
body
farms.
farms down there? Yeah. I don't
No,
know.
they're in Tennessee.
Oh, in Tennessee. Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah, the
scary
body
shit.
farm is at the University of Tennessee.
Oh, it's hidden in the UK, Jane? Yeah. Yeah, I think in the non-legal states it's also hidden, but like in Michigan, they just tell you not to drive with it in the car. But pretty much, I mean,
It's
every
wrecked.
time every time I take a look at someone in the next car, it's like probably 3 times out of 5 they're smoking. So I don't think that's doing
Is
anything.
Michigan a blue state?
What's a blue state? Do you know? Oh, I don't know if blue or red is what is what. I don't know. Is blue Republican or Democrat?
Blue's Democrat.
No, I believe it's a red state from what I can see when we drive around.
How did
and-
y'all get wrecked?
I think we were blue last time, what Bob just said, right? Yeah, but now,
you're- okay, you swing. You're a swing
well,
state then.
I don't know if it's gonna ever swing because like when we drive down the road, There's fucking huge trucks with tires way too big, and they got American flags on. They got fuck Biden flags. People got that. I say all the time to Bob, how can people do that no matter what side you're on? How could you put like multiple signs in your yard with the F word or like some real disgusting, vulgar thing where kids are going by on the bus? I don't understand that whatsoever. Whether it's against Trump or against Biden, I feel like that's a little overboard. You know what I mean?
I agree. I absolutely agree. It's become we're a bunch of monkeys. Let's throw poo fest again.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Because basically, like, all this stuff goes away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It goes away.
does,
Like, in
and
a few months, it
changes.
goes away. That's like whenever Bob and I hear anything about the election, we're like, oh, we didn't know that, because we don't even follow politics. We're just like, oh, I don't know.
I
feel like
don't follow it either.
every time we hear something on the news, we're like, okay, what is that about? we have to look it up, and we're like, we don't even know. Because I know my mom's way into politics, and she's like always telling me about what she believes in and to vote this way or that way. But I really just choose like to believe that either of them is the spokesperson monkey for the rest, because they really only do things when there's a tie.
I choose not to vote, and I choose to keep my opinion to myself. And it's easier that way.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's a whole lot easier that way. I mean, I appreciate the women, that came before me that fought long and hard for my right to vote.
Right.
But they also fought for my choice not to vote. So I'm going to take that road.
Yeah. Jan, do you guys do that over there? I don't think they're allowed to do that over there with politics or anything. I believe that the UK has, this is what we should have. The UK has freedom of speech, but the I guess the fine line in their freedom of speech is you can have freedom of speech, but only if it doesn't offend anyone. So you're welcome to give your opinion on something, but if you say something like, if somebody wanted to say like, they're pro-Trump or they're pro-Biden, that's fine, but you can't like talk shit about the other person. You have to just say, like, I like this person. Because I feel like that is just like one of the ways that the powers that be divide us. As
you could stop a lot of arguments and glue some families back together. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah, people get crazy
Families
about
families are falling apart over
dumb
presidential candidates that are not going to be alive in a few years.
Right? And they are, they're going to carry on arguments about someone who's not even around anymore just to be on a side. I think it's crazy, but I did see yesterday
terrifying.
The January 6th, what was it, 26th or 6th, whatever it was. It was
January 6th.
It was both sides guilty that day. So that tells you that it's all just a show.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's all just a mirage.
Yep.
Hey, look at Dill is pro
So-
Bob. Maybe we should have Bob run for president. That would be cool.
I want to vote for the raccoon.
The speeches would surely be more entertaining.
I like the raccoon. Yeah, I'm voting for this raccoon.
Yep.
Does he have a name?
Right there, like, what are you gonna?
Rascal. Is this Rascal the raccoon?
Nope, Dill's the rascal. Dill used to call people rascal on his stream because he talks to all those scammers, but then he stopped calling them that, and now I miss it, Dill, just so you know. Rascal means criminal and their slang, and those scammers. Oh my God, Dill!
Okay.
Oh my God, I gotta tell Dill something. Dill, I was on TikTok this morning, and there's a bunch of these African kids, like literally from Uganda, and they're all, "Hoo!" They start talking. So I was like typing on their live, and I was like, "Where are you from?" And they're like, "Where are we from? Where are we from?" And then they all start yelling, "Uganda, Uganda." And I said, "Uganda, where all the scammers are from?" And they immediately blocked me. Like, immediately blocked me from the TikTok. And I was like, wow. I guess I was accurate, right? It was hilarious. I was like,
That's
because
funny.
they are, aren't they? All those emails are from Uganda or Nigeria too, I think.
Nigeria.
I've been to
Nigeria.
Africa. I lived there.
Nigerian prince.
They're
Oh,
usually
did you?
Yeah, yeah. In Mogadishu, I lived in
Wow.
Somalia when I was in the military for 18 months.
Scary.
Totally
Scary.
scary. Fuck yeah. But
Scary.
beautiful.
No. That's like
Yeah,
living
isn't
in Haiti and stuff.
It's so ironic though to be banned by to be blocked by a scammer, you know, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, they saved me all that trouble. Thanks,
Jill
guys.
knows that feeling.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to get Dill to do a prank call and have Bob on it. Because Bob's pretty good with that too. He just never gets a chance. Bob won't answer those calls, I guess. I would love to answer a scam call and be like, I never think of it when they call me though. You know what I mean? Usually it's a recording.
I always ask him about I always ask them how to properly roast a human and cut it for the perfect meal.
Ew.
Yeah, they don't last very long on the phone.
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
What if somebody answered?
They don't
you?
last long.
What if they were like,
they don't answer. They just hang up.
Right? They're being recorded. That's the. Oh, some of your subscribers are from India. We have subscribers from Moscow, and I think that's because I put hashtag Moscow and I don't put Moscow, Idaho. I should put hashtag Moscow,
I have
Idaho.
like 48 followers or subs, whatever. But I don't make videos.
You could make videos.
I want to do something with Sherlock. I just want to do a chat channel. Just something fun.
You know, it'd be fun
like
if you had your bird, right, Sherlock, and he talks, right?
Well, he has a really limited vocabulary.
Does he repeat stuff?
Yeah, they do. He doesn't really know what he's saying. He's not like an African gray where they're like, they have like 700 plus words and they know what they're talking about. If they say, come here, they know that they want you to come over to them.
Right.
They're not just mimicking. But there's sometimes that Sherlock does something that isn't mimicking. So I just think it takes time. And he's only 5 years old and they lived 30 plus years. So
well, if you did like a channel where you did lives all the time and you like had him with you and he repeated or didn't repeat, he would probably do some pretty funny stuff. You know what I mean? If you
yeah, but I can't go live.
Oh, do you have to be monetized to go live?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
It just says I can't go live.
I remember that on TikTok, you have to have a certain number of people to go live. We have enough on TikTok. We just haven't gone live there.
I bet you have to have it. I bet you have to have enough on YouTube. I think it's 1,000. Something tells me I heard that or read that somewhere. I don't know. That you had to have like 1,000 subs or something in order to go live.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about going live. I'm trying to figure out how to go live on TikTok and on YouTube at the same time. I think you have to have an app for that, but we always get, it's weird when we release videos on YouTube, like shorts, we'll put the short right away right on TikTok and it'll get like 3 times the views on TikTok. So I was thinking like we might as well go live on TikTok, but I don't want to not go live on YouTube. So I'm trying to figure it out.
Right.
But I know there's way more juggalos and juggalettes that support us on TikTok. So I'm trying to get them over to YouTube. I thought it was going to be easy because I thought TikTok was going to be over with, but looks like they're not at all.
No, it doesn't.
Everything keeps getting longer on there. You know, it used to be like 15 seconds. Now it's 30, a minute, 5 minutes, however long.
Right. I don't know. Should I get a TikTok?
Yeah. TikToks are great. They are great.
I don't know.
Tater Tot. There is one that I know that Bob watches that's called, starts with a P, right? I see it.
I'm afraid of it.
Oh,
It's Chinese.
what is that guy's name? The scammer guy that starts with a P. Pierogi, that's his name. Dill, do you know who Pierogi is? There's no way Dill doesn't know, right? Yeah, if you don't know who Pierogi is, Dill, he's like a big time phone scammer guy. He like busts them, and he'll like put them right on camera. He'll do all kinds of shit.
He like calls them with like a voice changer, and
Oh,
he
you
acts
know
like,
what?
he acts like he's an old lady.
Yeah, he sounds like an old lady when he gets on there. Dill does
Daily jackpots, guaranteed to hit by 11 p.m. with your chance at the #1 feeling, winning. Ranking higher than the 34th best.
Woohoo! Commercial.
Scammer payback.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that, but that's okay.
You gotta get paid. Like, you gotta do.
Am I not muted now? Okay. All right. Yeah, scammer payback is what it's called. You're right, Dill. I don't know if you guys have seen Dill's video, but I just recently saw one of his videos where he was eating peppers while he was talking to a scammer, and that was terrifying, Dill. Just so you know, when I figured out you were eating peppers, I was like, oh my God. They were big peppers. Yeah, there are a lot of scam baiters on YouTube for sure. Even I know Pierogi, but do you know Trilogy Media?
Yeah.
Yep. Cyborg Bob knows that one. Bob's big into the
No.
the scammers and
They're the one guys.
Oh,
He's the one guy.
yeah. I don't watch those.
Getting that voice.
Mhm.
He has glasses and like really good. Remember him and that one next to him. He's like, "Oh, you want the fuck? What the fuck?"
oh yeah, they're the Trilogy Media. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Kids. Okay, they're saying all these scam baiter things, Bob. So Bob's on the porch having a cigarette. Kit Boga. Oh, he only knows those two. We do watch a lot of pranksters on YouTube. We do watch a lot of like documentary type stuff on YouTube. We watch a lot of ICP stuff on YouTube. Shaggy 2 Dope has a show. I don't know if you know that, 13th. It's called The Shaggy
Yeah, you
Show.
were telling me about that. Yeah, you were telling me about that. I'm going to check it out.
You can come talk about it.
I'm going to kick myself in the head for saying this. I
What?
know I am. Okay. Let's talk about Gypsy Rose.
Gypsy Rose. Oh yeah, Gypsy Rose. Bob's
Girl,
like
let's
mouthing
talk
the
about
song
Gypsy
Gypsy Rose. It's a Cinderella song.
Girl, Gypsy Rose and her nose.
She's
Gyp's
crazy,
nip
man.
slip. Oh my God, it is bad.
Yeah,
it
she's
is so
crazy, man.
bad. Oh
She's-
my God, and she was up on TikTok with Jeffree Star and Eugenia Cooney. and-
What?
What? Yes.
Gypsy
Yes.
Rose was on with
Yes,
Jeffree Star?
yes, and Eugenia Cooney gave her $400,
Why?
a $400 sticker.
What the fuck?
Yes, you have to get on TikTok and look.
That's
Yes.
crazy. Yeah.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it on Rich Lutz this morning on YouTube. He's one of my favorite gays
Who,
on
Jeffree
YouTube.
Star?
So no, Rich Lutz.
Oh, I don't know him. I know who Jeffree Star is, though. He has really good makeup.
Oh yeah, that man can do makeup. Oh yes, he can.
Yeah.
I am jelly.
He's like the
all
master
these
of
men
makeup.
out there,
Yeah.
and all these men out there can do makeup better than I can. I can't. You know what makes me madder than anything on the face of this planet? I am almost 50 years old. I've been in pageants. I've been on stages. I cannot put on fake eyelashes, but these dudes can do it with tucked one arm behind their back and their eyes closed.
Yeah, you know what? I
Makes
used to
me
work.
mad.
I used to work at a place where they did drag shows, and I was cleaning for them, and I would see the drag queens before the show started, before it was even open, and they would come in, they would stick those fake eyelashes on in like 3 seconds. They would just be like, pluck, nope. And I'm like, how did you do that?
I
And they're
know,
they're
right?
magnetic, but I still don't understand. You know what I mean? I still don't understand how
No,
you did it.
see,
doesn't
I
look.
can't do the magnetic. I can't get the magnetic ones to work either.
Mama care.
I mean, I failed. I just failed at the fake eyelashes. So I've been then I thought they came out with that that glue that lasts like 2 weeks, and you can go in and have it put on by like an esthetician or something, and then I found out it was like $140 twice a month, and I was like, oh, no. Are you crazy? I'll just buy expensive mascara or something. I don't know.
You know, mascara is just
Jeez.
as good. It's real easy. It's like just as good to make
Yeah.
it look long.
Oh, I
like
know.
that. But then you gotta
Yeah,
like
and
careful not to wipe your
who
eyes.
am I
and stuff,
wearing it for anyway?
right?
Who am I wearing it for anyway? I mean, seriously, I got a nasal cannula on my face. I can't
yeah,
wear
that's
makeup.
Yup.
So there goes base and blush,
Clown
but I can
makeup.
wear gloss. Well, I've got masks. I've got these cute little masks. They're like lace, and they tie, and they just cover the cheekbones and the eyes,
See that?
kind of like a Venetian mask, and they tie behind the head. So they're
Ooh, that's
like,
cool.
yeah, they're really, really pretty. And I got like a whole bunch of them. I'll send you some when I send your package.
Cool. I'm trying
Yeah,
to see
I've got some picked out for you.
who is he talking about? Bill, what is the name of it again? Some guy put, oh, here it is. Mind of, I'll just put it up here. So you guys there, just while you were talking, Dill said in chat, there's a thing Saturday he wants everybody to show up at. It's a guy named Mind of Noah 1. And he put Dill's voice in it, AI'd his voice into it, and animated all of it. Wow.
Show us,
Well,
show us.
You just remember, Dill, we animated you first.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were actual pickle on this show. That's crazy.
Pickle.
That's super talented. We've seen a lot of technology doing that. It's just very, very expensive.
I want to see this video.
Oh no, he said it's Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know when Saturday, because we do have trivia. Oh no, not trivia Saturday, but we have a live Saturday. Oh, wait, the live Saturday. Saturday's not till 7. So what time is this still? 7:20 is our Saturday live. I was thinking Thursday's live is at 6. So that's cool. I want to see it.
Yeah.
Do you know what time, Dill? I know that Dill's at work and he's also typing. He is a super mod, just like you. I don't know how he does it.
Maybe we could do replay crew.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Not sure what time. Okay. When you find out, just let us know. We'd love to support you. We'd love to support anybody like that. I'm actually waiting for a Juggalo t-shirt company to contact me. They contacted me on TikTok, but I haven't heard back. And they were trying to give me some shirts for trivia giveaway, but I haven't heard back yet.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
awesome, Pia.
Yeah, I'm trying to get people like who sub to us to like promote their stuff. Like I know that I thought there was somebody on here named Morrigan, and she won one of the paydays. She said she's gonna send us some of her candles so we could put them on stream to like advertise for her,
remember her.
small business. But we didn't get anything from her, so I don't know if she lost the PO box or she's just not been around for a while. But anybody who wants to do that for a giveaway can. You guys can send us whatever you want to give away, and we'll give it out during a trivia contest or something. There's a fly in here. That's awful. Yeah, I can see like we're all in a different spot in this stream, which is interesting. You see, not Jeffree Star right there. See? Tater, when you hear that, we're just ahead of you. That's all. I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, it's
Before y'all go on. Okay, Dill, cool. If it is, then tell us and we will like, so Dill, I don't, let me just tell you that if you want, like I was thinking about in our community posts, when you post a video, if you would be willing to do this for us, we would be willing to do it for you. When you put a video out, if you want us to put it on our community post, let us know. And we'll put it on our community post so everybody knows that it's out. And then if you do that in return, that would be great. Try and do that for everybody in our community because it's not just about our channel. I know a lot of you guys have channels. 13th Hour has a channel. She just doesn't know it yet.
I want a channel.
It's crazy. I think it's crazy that our mods, like Dill has a channel, Judy has a channel, Cyborg has a channel, you want a channel, and none of them are true crime channels. It's crazy. It's
Yep.
like, very cool. Because it's like a very cutthroat thing to do on YouTube. For some reason, true crime is more about the creator than the true crime that they're investigating, and I'm trying to change that. Just trying to let everything bounce off and just focus on the true crime.
Yeah, I like you though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I like your delivery.
Oh, you do?
I like the way I like the way you deliver the information. And I love the videos. And you were in drama, huh?
Yeah, I was in drama and I was a haunter for a very long time. And I acted in over 20 states. So I think the difference when you travel and act is that you got to appeal to different cultures and different environments, which is super tough. But then I feel like it's like my psychology and my haunting with Bob's editing and Bob's creativity and Bob's humor. That's what I think.
It's beautiful. It really is. I love y'all's videos when you drop them. They're so clean and crisp, and your delivery, the way you speak, it's. I love your pattern of speech. Always have.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
A lot.
I love the cadence. Yeah, the cadence of speech you have is very soothing.
I really just I was very confused when we first came out with the lack of people knowing that people will actually like wear face paint when they were all comparing me to Drip Drop. I thought it was hilarious because first of all, our makeup looks nothing alike. And secondly, I don't ever make a habit of copying or doing the same thing as anybody ever. Like I've always prided myself since because I have a different name, I try to always be different than everybody else. I mean, I guess it is similar that we both have grease paint on our face, but there are hundreds and thousands of people that do that and hundreds or thousands of people that do it on YouTube for all kinds of reasons. Like, for instance, we're about to be treated to some Danky the Clown goodness. You guys don't know it, but you're in for a treat. He's sending me some things and it'll be very. But Danky the Clown wears stuff on his face. I mean, Violent J, Shaggy Two Dope, any Juggalo, they all wear stuff on their face. If you go on TikTok, it's full of people with makeup on their face. But for some reason, because of
the thing is, I knew when I found your channel and I saw you, I knew instantly you were a juggalette, and I knew instantly when I saw Drip Drop that he was not a juggalo.
Right. Yeah. Oh, look who's here. Holy shit. Holy shit. She has it. She got it. Tony got her package. Thank God. Yeah, you don't know.
Yay. Hi, Johnny.
510 or the opposite. Gosh, I'm so glad I did not tell Bob about the address thing. No, I'm so glad that you got that package. So you guys, if you don't know, when we were doing how did you win that? When you won that painting? No, 13.
God, it's been forever.
How did they win that?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Oh, it was random. It was a random yeah, it was like you typed something in the chat and you typed a certain number of times and then it picked you. Yeah, so then we were like, oh my gosh, Tani sent us a very big donation and she's always been so supportive. So we sent her a bunch of shit. And then she got back to us and she was like, I never got that. And I was like, what do you mean? It says it was in your mailbox on Saturday. And I was like, holy shit, it's not there. Bob sent her, you'll see, I won't say it. She said she's getting it later this afternoon. She told me she would open it for a video. We do have another unboxing from Cyborg Mama, and we do have an unboxing from Andrew, who is the guy who is involved in the organizing of Hearstfest. So we're probably going to put that in an upcoming video, but I would love to see Tani. Tani, I hope that you love everything in there. We even wrote you a really special letter. Bob was so upset when he thought you weren't going to get that package.
Yay! I'm so glad she's getting it.
Ah, me too. When are you? So Tani, did they find it? Let's see if she'll come. I don't know what's going on with
Tani,
this.
come up.
They're just fucking sitting there. They must be having an argument in the courtroom. There you go, Tani. If you want to come up, you can come up. Cheryl, if you want to come up, you can come up. Dill,
Come
anyone.
up real quick, Tani.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the court to resume.
You don't have to stay long. I know you don't feel good.
Hi, Cheryl. Good to see you.
Hi, Cheryl.
We haven't been joined by the talk of the town in this live yet, but we'll see.
Oh, Sherlock just said tickle.
She's
Please
really
count.
tickle.
Yeah. Tickle.
That's
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
Bob's saying
Let me
tickle
go
now.
eating back. Tickle. Tickle.
I don't know if
Tickle.
anybody.
Please be
Oh,
seated.
hey.
Oh, he said it.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Shit, what am I doing? Okay, sorry.
Stay back. Oh, damn.
We're going.
Verdict's in.
Cheryl, you got here just in time for the verdict, man. We've all been waiting 3 hours for this, and you just pop in. She just pops in and gets the verdict. That's awesome.
That's fast.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
Boo. Thought they were coming back.
Yeah, what the hell? Bill said he's going to a nice gated community.
All right, I'll unmute 13th too.
Okay, yeah. Well, they are in there now. Look.
Are they in there again?
Yeah. Or is that
Well,
old?
just watch them and then just
I'm just
They're
watching.
coming in.
Yeah,
It just
see?
takes time. They're coming in.
get yourselves.
Okay. Bob said we can mute ourselves when they start, I guess. Yeah, I think they're waiting for him to come down the hallway. He's probably I'm sure he's not like
The
being
verdict's
real
in.
low. You know what I mean? He's probably like, fuck you. I don't want to go back in there.
Yeah, the verdict's in.
See? He's like, there he is. Wait, no, not yet. Yeah, that is the same name, Tani. It's the same exact name. Different guy though. This guy's disgusting. He's like got swastika on his face. Oh shit. Hey
Yeah, he
Bob.
does.
I don't know if the volume's on for the court.
I'm muting.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let me just say that everybody here has behaved with perfect decorum, that the court appreciates that. I understand
Right, so is that.
there's emotions on both sides regarding this case. If you feel like you cannot contain your emotions in the courtroom, there's an administrative order that requires people and spectators to obey those rules of decorum, meaning not any outbursts or anything like that. So if you feel like you can't control your emotions, You certainly have a right to be here, but if you can't control your emotions, I would ask that you be able to wait in the hallway, and then once the verdict is read, then that can be provided to you. If you're able to control your emotions, you're certainly welcome to stay in here. But out of respect to the jurors who had to make difficult decisions, I just don't want anyone to say or do anything that would cause the jurors any undue distress or what have you, or make them feel like in any way their decisions were not being respected. So, and again, just following what the administrative orders are regarding decorum in the courtroom. So that's all I'm going to say on that. I believe everybody else understands, and everybody has behaved along with those guidelines all along. So I don't foresee any problems. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering, all rise.
All right, please be seated. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my understanding is you have reached a verdict. All right, do you have the verdict form? All right, we pass that to the bailiff.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Guilty. You better be guilty.
Let's see guilty in chat.
You better be guilty.
Tell them to put their verdict in the chat.
The verdict form appears to be in
Guilty.
Clerk, publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit and in Fort Lee County, Florida, criminal action. State of Florida versus Wade Wilson. Case number 19 CF 0568. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follow as to the defendant in this case. Count 1, first-degree murder, Christine Melton. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2, grand theft motor vehicle. The defendant is guilty of grand theft motor vehicle. Count 3, battery. The defendant is guilty of battery. Count 4, first-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 5, burglary of dwelling. The defendant is guilty of burglary of a dwelling. Count 6, first-degree petty theft. The defendant is guilty of first-degree petty theft. Dated 6/12/24. So say we all, one person.
He guilty on all
Does
charges.
either party wish to have the jury poll?
Yes, please.
All right. You just find number.
That's what we call a clean sweep.
Wait, no.
I wish they would have said the victims' names when they were announcing these verdicts.
Right.
I don't know if they did. I didn't hear that.
Juror number 97. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror 234. Is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Hanson's Windows, Roofing, Siding, Gutters, Bathtub.
And the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror 101, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror 215, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes.
You don't look like he's smiling anymore,
Is
really.
this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror 362, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror 136, is this
I
your
think
verdict
some
and the
of it
verdict
might
the
be a
jury as
little bit
whole?
of the tattoo. It's
Juror
kind of
193,
giving that look
is
that
this
he's
your verdict and the
smiling
verdict of the
sometimes.
jury
I
as
don't
a
know.
whole? Yes. Juror 315, is this
Yeah,
your
you're
verdict
right.
and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Juror 309, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole? Yes. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is send you back to the jury room for a few moments. Let me discuss the things with the attorneys, and then I'll bring you back up.
All rise.
No, just leave everything here. Sorry. Leave everything here for the moment. All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. All right, so procedurally, I wanted to find out.
Is that a diet soda?
what the preference was at this point towards scheduling. And
Is he worried about
what
calories?
them as far as when to come back. I know we talked about it previously. I just want to make sure.
But I would ask that we have them back here at 9 a.m. on Thursday for the penalty phase proceeding of next week.
Okay, and are you requesting the court to adjudicate at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Anything?
I agree with scheduling 9 o'clock Thursday morning.
Thursday morning is not going to be possible, you don't think, to start on Wednesday?
No, I have one
Nah, 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 nah.
professional.
Nah, 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 nah.
I have another one.
Hey,
Hey,
Goodbye.
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 Has the opportunity.
Okay, fair. That's fine.
And we anticipate 1 to 2 days. So for sure,
Okay.
2 days at the most.
All right.
Bubba about to unzip that mouth for him.
So I'm going to bring them back in, and I'll give them the same instruction regarding not discussing anything or any of that.
Boys ever have a cock meat sandwich?
Anything, any of that regards. And then come back at 9 a.m. As for, let me see the verdict. Mr.
After
Wilson,
what he did to
as the
those
jury is
ladies,
found
yeah.
guilty as charged in each count under the indictment, I do adjudicate you guilty of first-degree murder of Christine Melton. I adjudicate you guilty of grand theft motor vehicle. I adjudicate you guilty of battery. I adjudicate you guilty of first-degree murder of Diane Ruiz. And I
Doesn't
adjudicate
it
you
look like
guilty of
Chico and
burglary
all
of
the
dwelling.
tattoos,
And I
basically?
adjudicate you
Yeah.
guilty of
Sure
first-degree
does.
theft. We'll bring the jury back in. I'll tell them to come back next Thursday. We'll bring them in.
They would also like to have certified copies.
Is it?
Will,
We'll do that.
will they do the sentencing today? I don't think so.
Bitches.
He does look unbothered. He looks unbothered, but his eyes have been red all day like he's been on gummies or something.
Couldn't they have him on a sedative?
Maybe.
Yeah, they
Sedative
do
or
that.
I
something.
wonder if they do that now. I've been wondering if they do that now.
ass. He could kill all those dudes.
Yeah, he's pretty
He
big
looks
guy.
like he's unstoppable. He looks like he could find some rage and
Please be seated.
stay there.
All right. So,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
of the
you're
jury,
right.
Having completed,
He's a big dude.
what we call the guilt phase of the proceedings, it's now time to schedule what would be called the penalty phase. I previously instructed you on that when we first started.
Yeah.
You were
See.
under the same orders I previously gave in terms of not doing
What
any
are you
research,
fighting his
not
nails?
looking up anything, discussing anything about this case with anyone, including close family members, and even among yourselves at this point.
I'm not sure, but they're right.
Deliberations
You're
are
right,
complete.
Bob
We're
says.
going to have you come back and
Yeah,
play
put
faces
the
and
code in there,
discuss
yeah.
anything else at this point, even among yourselves, and like I said, with anyone else. Don't watch local news television. Don't read any local newspapers. Stay away from any kind of internet articles or anything.
Welcome
else
out
regarding
of
this
order.
case. Does everybody understand those instructions? All right. Can everybody follow those instructions? All right. So we will have you come back. We expect
It's Leonardo DiCaprio
next
face.
phase,
Kurt
to
Cobain, I
take
love it.
next Thursday, take place next Thursday and Friday. And so we would have you come back next Thursday morning at 9 a.m. That is June the 20th at 9 a.m. And the bailiff will show you where to meet for that. So remember those instructions and come back June 20th at 9 a.m. You may go.
They say they're coming back June 20th for the sentencing, or I only caught half of that.
Yes, I believe that's what they said. Party seat.
All right. Let the record reflect the jury's exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
Oh.
Any objection to the instructions I just gave the jury?
There you go.
No.
Okay.
No, Your
Very
Honor.
well then.
No, Your
I
Honor.
know the state's requested fingerprints,
This is no-
and so we'll do that. Do we need 2 sets?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Any legal objections to that?
No, Your Honor.
Anything the court
Hey,
needs
look,
to address
his
prior
regrets
to,
are written all over his face.
recessing until-
It's
I-
our understanding, and
I can see a couple.
aware then that the 2 alternates will
Me
also
too.
come back Thursday. They sit as part of the penalty
Thank you.
proceeding and then step in if needed.
That's correct. So we will have to contact them and have them come back Thursday at 9 a.m. as well on June 20th. And I know you said you thought you might have some objection to that, but was that
Objection
true?
to that? No.
Okay. All right.
No, that's fine.
He's definitely taking it in prison, bro.
With regard to of my mitigation effort, lodging, light.
I mean, he's just sitting there, like,
Pending. I haven't heard from.
waiting for his
yet. I'm gonna
drinks.
go ahead and
You
send
know what I
you
mean?
an
He's
order,
just sitting there.
and then we'll just deal with it.
Drag him out by his hair.
Any
Are
other
they-
matters?
Are they gonna cuff them right there?
Yes.
Cuff them and stuff them right in the courtroom?
Yes.
Hold them up
I
right in the
hope
court?
so.
Yes.
Yeah, bring all that back.
Hold them like a
That'd be
freaking
nice.
folding
Collect all the
table.
Notebooks back there.
Like a what?
And bring them to me. and
Like a
then-
folding table.
I think they would start with new notebooks for the penalty phase. I don't know. that they would
Lawn
use
chair.
these
Fold them up
notebooks.
like
I'm
some
not
dang
sure.
laundry.
Look into that between now and Thursday. But I'll collect them and I'll hold them until next Thursday.
Get them their sheets.
We'll look into it.
Okay.
You probably ate
Um,
Tide Pods.
Any other matters? Okay. All right then.
What do you
Mr.
think
Wilson,
the
you get
tattoos are made of?
fingerprinted.
No,
We'll see you
no,
back
he's one that
Thursday,
injected
June
bleach.
20th At 9 a.m.
Woo, he couldn't get out of there fast enough.
Court is remanding Mr. Wilson to the custody of the sheriff.
See him
Yes,
run.
Ms. Wilson be
Bye-bye.
brought to the custody of sheriff.
See you later, bud.
Now fine.
Have fun with that.
Yeet.
He's
He
probably gonna be like,
yeeted all the way over there.
can I have a Band-Aid so I can put it on my tattoo real quick so no one can see it? Dork.
What are they doing? Oh, fingerprinting. Was he not in custody? I'm confused. Was this guy not in custody?
They
I don't know.
when you're he's like immediately arrested, so they do that to my knowledge. doesn't really say
Oh,
much.
no matter what you're saying.
It doesn't really say much, but
Wow. Confused. No, they are definitely fingerprinting him right now.
now they're gonna fold them up. They're gonna press them. They're gonna put a little bit of
Everybody.
you put some starch on
Little
his
starch, yeah.
little lice powder, little flea powder,
Yeah.
little flour. Then they're gonna roll them in the
Give him his
flour.
little cell.
Yeah, Cheryl's saying the same thing as you.
Then they're gonna put them right in the oven.
Make him turn his head and cough.
Yes, Cheryl. Correct them on this.
Maybe he was on bail.
He probably was. I don't know. I have to look into it. I can't.
I'm looking at
I
it.
literally saw this guy like I think it was a couple days ago. His face. And I was just
Yeah,
like,
just
This
whatever.
is so weird.
But
This
The
is
ta-
very strange.
they were talking about it, and they said, "Do you think the jury's opinion of his tattoos are going to sway anything?"
Okay,
And no,
I got it.
don't think so.
It says he's been in jail since 2019.
Yeah, he's been in
So
jail
he's been
since
in custody, yeah.
custody since 2019.
This is just a fresh arrest.
Oh,
Which-
got it.
yeah, yep,
Yeah,
So they have to re-fingerprint him. Got it.
for real,
for that, yeah.
for real.
For that specific stuff.
Yep.
Cover their behind.
Yeah. They're gonna silence his tattoos. They're gonna take them off.
Yeah, got it.
That's what I was saying.
So sad.
He's gonna be like, "Can I borrow a Band-Aid so I can put it over my boo-boo on my cheek,
On all of
on
them.
my swastika?" on my face?"
Jaws.
Have you have you seen those Pia, have you seen those little cute little teenager stickers, the zit stickers, and they're like hearts and stars. He needs one of those.
Exactly. So that's it until
Oh
June.
no.
Yeah, that's it until the June 20th, I think, the actual sentencing, which
Yeah, I think that's what they said.
I don't think they could hear that.
That was
Oh, they didn't?
No, sorry, there was a commercial playing in the background. I don't know if you heard it or not, but hello.
oh no. I did.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
I didn't think so.
Yeah, so we are going to try and get a lot of promotion. Whoever knows anybody who knows a lot about horror movies, we got to get him into our trivia on Thursday, guys, because you guys, what? Oh, okay, I can do that. Can you turn that on up here?
So it was already on.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second, you guys. Okay, let's see. I don't know what that is, but hi, this is me. I'm Pia. So we are going to try to promote. Let's see what you guys can do to promote the trivia on Thursday. Looks like you guys did an amazing job sharing the video from Monday because we have 3K views last time I looked. Hopefully it's more now. We do have videos that go all the way up to 10 and 11K, but I would like to try to see, like, let's say 50 people come to the true crime trivia on Thursday, which is tomorrow. And if you show up at 6 for the actual live stream part of it that doesn't include the trivia, then you will probably get lots of hints for the answers that are at 7. But if you know any channels that are true crime channels and you want to challenge them, you do have my permission to have them come into our trivia game as long as we keep it fun and we keep it respectful. I do not mind any other channels coming in. I would like to personally say on this live, I know she's not here, but if you guys want to let her know, I would like to challenge Rock Chalk and her channel, maybe like 3 people from her channel for true crime, because Rock Chalk has a lot of very, very, very smart people in her community that know a lot about true crime. She's sticking a lot with the Kansas City case, but if you guys know Rock Chalk, please let her know that I invite her to our trivia. and she should bring like a team of like 3 people or something like that. The true crime that we will be covering in the trivia, if anybody wants to sharpen up their skills, is going to be Chris Watts, Kylie Rodney, Brian Koberger, Charles Manson, and I forgot now. Damn it. There's one more. But then the horror movies that we're going to do, it's going to be anything from like the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, any of that stuff. If anybody has any horror movies that they're well versed on, this is your last chance to put them in the chat so I can include them in the trivia for tomorrow, because I know a lot of us are better at true crime than we are at horror movies. So go ahead and drop your favorite horror movie in the chat right now. And I appreciate that. Yeah, I see 13th Hour saying, nope, nope, nope. I know just as much about horror movies as I know about true crime. And that's awesome, because a lot of like dead air happens when we do that. But as you can see, a lot of fun things happen too. Like what comes after 5, 6? Then Freddy's dead.
Grab your crucifix.
Like, woo! I thought that show would go viral, but maybe we got to give it time. I think it's hilarious, but not making
It's
fun of
hilarious.
I'm not making fun
Oh,
of
Cyborg. Cyborg, I love you.
super
Oh.
good content.
Oh, that was funny. That was so much good.
Yep,
Made my day.
Yeah. So I don't see. Okay, I do see actually. There you go. Hellraiser, Pearl, Maxine is about to release. Is that a movie? We just saw that movie. It was called Deer Camp 86. That was.
And it's based in Northern.
And that
Maxine.
movie.
What's Maxine?
Yeah, I don't know what Maxine is. I do know that a lot of people in the chat. I mean, I'm trying to like. I don't want to ask your ages.
Tawny,
but,
send me a message about it.
oh, God, look at that one.
Yeah.
I like that one. Beetlejuice. Yeah, we could do some Beetlejuice questions. Actually, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
And
new
there's a new Beetlejuice coming out. Yeah.
Pearl, then Maxine. I'm not familiar with Maxine.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me. But
Evil
Scott,
Dead.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about X, Pearl, and Maxine. I know what you're talking about.
What is that?
It's a horror movie about making a prawn movie.
Look how it's I'm not going to show you guys what I look like. There we go.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did.
It's a horror movie about making a prawn movie.
A prawn movie?
Prawn.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I was trying to help your channel. I
I'm
was
like,
trying to
"What's
help the
prawn?"
channel, dang it.
I'm like, huh, tell me what that is. That was hilarious. Good job. That was really good. Jeepers Creepers.
I was trying.
Okay. So we got Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah, Jeepers Creepers good.
Hellraiser, Evil Dead. What else we got here? Pearl. Oh, Maxine about the prawn. Got it. Wait, wasn't there another one about making a prawn? And it was T.I. made it. And they were out in the middle of nowhere, and there was the old grandma. She kept staring and spying on them while they were making the prawn. And the old man was like, "You dirty kids."
Brutal Bigfoot.
No. Ooh, I should watch that again and do trivia from it. You'd be like,
No, because then everybody has to watch it. No.
yeah.
Then you're forcing people to watch it.
I love it. I thought it was great. I think it's great that you're in a movie. I think it's perfect.
It was very liberating.
Yeah, Tani keeps saying Frozen is a horror movie. I don't know why she says that. But in a way.
I love that movie.
There's a movie called Frozen.
Oh, there's a movie called
I've
Frozen.
seen it. Yeah, they get stuck.
Oh.
They get stuck on
Oh, on a mountain?
a chairlift.
On a chairlift. Is that what you're talking about, Tani? Frozen?
Oh. No. I don't do coke.
Hey, Cyborg, I actually recently saw half of that because Bob found out I hadn't seen that and he thought it was really dumb that I hadn't seen that. So I was like, yeah, I should probably watch that. And I think I fell asleep like halfway, but I was really tired. I'm not saying it sucks or anything. I just was tired. Remember the thing with Kurt Russell?
It's a funny movie.
Frozen like let it go, she said. I don't know where Bob went. Bob, are you by me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't want to turn my head. All right. So tell me what time the trivia is at. Anybody know? Tomorrow night? What time is the trivia at? There's your first trivia question. Tomorrow we have a live stream and it starts at
Pink poo poo.
what?
Yeah. The pink poo poo emoji. That's cute.
Oh, really? Hold on. Oh, on me? Okay. I didn't see it, but do it again. Oh, yeah. Look at that, guys.
Tawny is missing her left hand.
Uh-oh. Wait. Right hand. Damn it. I'm trying to picture her.
I thought it was her left hand.
She's sitting like this. Yeah, I think it's her left hand.
I thought so too.
Was it left, Tawny? Middle.
Cyril's in middle.
Her middle hand. Yeah.
Yay, I got it right.
Woo-hoo.
But I'm her amputee devotee.
Oh.
Yes, master.
You know what, Tawny?
Yes,
Someone
master.
like, subbed for me from TikTok, and his name was. Is Nubs? Is that a popular? Because the guy was something Nubs, and I was like, "What is this Tawny's other one?" And I clicked on it, and it wasn't. It was another amputee guy, and I was like, what? And I looked it up, and I saw that's like a. Is that like a thing? Is that like a term? That I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Hmm?
Devotee.
No, I don't think so.
There's like a lot of.
Okay.
Quite a lot.
In the show Dexter in season 1, his first nemesis is his brother, and he's an amputee devotee. He worships people who have amputated limbs. That's creepy.
Oh yeah, I remember
How
that.
many hands did you have?
I
Yeah,
got
that's
four.
so he's an
I
amputee
was
devotee.
like Egyptian. Did you see that, Bob?
You got more hands than Tawny now.
I had like 4 hands a second ago. It's weird. I'm like, more
I'm
things.
sorry, Tawny. I'm going to hell.
Well, I guess.
You had like 4 hands there.
She's knows. Oh yeah, I've heard that. Wait, no, I'm thinking of a different song. I'm thinking she's Lump. Okay, well then let's end it. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Well, yeah, it is psychedelic, isn't it? All right, so we got our guilty verdict today. And I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream. And I hope that we see you guys tomorrow at Trivia. Please rewatch some videos, play a playlist, or share your favorite video. Help us out, grow this community huge. And we will see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Please be here for 6 p.m. because you will get a lot of hints to the answers for the trivia at 7. And if you know anybody who's great at true crime or knows a lot about horror movies, please bring them along with you to the stream. We would really, really appreciate it. And we love each and every one of you. Bob, you got anything you want to say?
See you guys.
Bob says, see you guys. See you tomorrow. And if you want to leave comments,
Bye.
we'll be right under the comment section as well. See you guys.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.